cannot wait, y'all. Salutes to everybody. Thank y'all for watching, man. Thank y'all for watching. It's draft time, folks. It's time to talk. It's time to talk Jets, man. Val, salute to Val. Salute to you. What's going on, my man? How's everything going? How are you feeling? It's time to talk, man. It's time to talk. Let's go. We got these picks. I'll wait till more people get in here. We're gonna talk about what we're gonna do for the radio show. We're gonna be watching the draft together, y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have the live radio show going as well. So you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna wait just a little bit more time. We're gonna talk in a second. Yo, King, salutes to you. Prestige Shogun, salute to you. Roach, salute to you. You know what I'm saying? Sean, salute to you. Good to see you in here, man. Good to see you in here. Yo, we got a lot to talk about today, boys. Aaron Rodgers trying to get up out of there. You know what I'm saying? We gotta figure out what we're gonna do in this draft, though, man. We gotta figure out what we're gonna do in this draft. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna see what happens at 2. And we're gonna turn around and see what they do with the line, how they handle that situation. So there's a lot to be talked about, man. A lot to be talked about. So I'll wait a little bit of time. Salutes to y'all, man. I hope everyone is having a good time with them, you know, with their family or whatever, wherever you guys are watching the draft at. Hope you folks are enjoying yourselves, seriously. You know what I'm saying? And salutes to everybody that joins as well. Give me 1 second. I'm going to share the show real quick. Make sure everybody, you know what I'm saying, shoot the show out, man. But salutes to y'all. Sean says, Zach Wilson, baby. Okay. I see there's a lot of people, you know, that are super hyped up about Zach and ready for him to be a Jets, you know, quarterback. So we'll see what's going on, man. We'll see what's going on because, you know, there's a lot of people saying a lot of different things. I will just say that. There's a lot of people saying a lot of different things about who we could end up taking. I can see us taking Zach, though. I can see it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to knock that. Not at all. Not at all. But hope everybody's day is going well. You know what I'm saying? What is everybody's thoughts, man? What is everybody's thoughts? So y'all final prediction, is it Zach for everybody? Is everybody looking at, you know, Fields? Like, anybody think Trey Lance? Like, is everybody locked in on Zach? Is it Zach or bust for everybody? I want to know that right now. I want to know that. I need to know, man. I need to know. You know what I mean? It's a lot to talk about, bruh. Lot to talk about. You put this in here. Man, so much going on. So much going on. Let me tell you. So much going on. I'm still shocked by this Aaron Rodgers stuff. That just threw me through a loop, bruh. Real talk. I couldn't believe it. I'm just blown away. And who knows who's, you know, going to end up with him. Because you could end up, you know, people could definitely end up taking him and maybe trading off a first rounder, ended up with him, and then, or, you know, of course you're going to have more than just one first rounder. I think the Packers are definitely going to want more than just one first rounder for him, but you get Aaron Rodgers, it could turn you into a Tom Brady situation, like with the Bucks, man. You know what I'm saying? That could put you in a big time situation, especially if you're a team that's been struggling. Denver, I think, is in a great position to take him. In a great position, Denver could take Jerry Jeudy, Aaron Rodgers, all the other weapons they got there. Let me tell you something. That could be huge for them. That could be huge for them, bro. Real talk. That could be gigantic for them. They need something like that, to be completely honest. Let me get back to y'all real quick. How about them Jets? Salute to you. Good to see you in here, my man. How about them Jets? Says Justin Fields not attending the draft. Yeah. You know, Sean says, I'm hearing running back at 23. You know, I've been hearing some rumors about that as well, Sean. And I don't know why or where that's coming from. Because there's no way you can tell me that we're going to go back into this situation with Van Roten and think everything's going to be okay. Van Roten and Lewis again, that scares the hell out of me. I do not want to see that. I don't. Then you're going to set Zach Wilson up to get hit a lot. I'm telling you right now. Val says, I hope he doesn't become a bust. I'm paranoid. Forgive me from all the draft picks that we picked before. Yeah, I respect it. Look, there's a lot of Jets fans that are very concerned. I'll say that at the least. They're very concerned. John Houghton, salute to you. Good to see you in here. You know what I'm saying? How about them Jets? Says Rodgers is too old for the Jets. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, man. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that want him. For real, for real. There's a lot of people that want that guy. Bad. They want him now. And I can't knock any Jets fan, really, that thinks about it, but you got to kind of think long term as well when you think about that situation with him. But, I mean, he wants an extension with the Packers, so you got to think that the guy, probably thinks he can play for a couple more years, you know what I mean? So you got to look at that situation as well. So we'll see, though, man, because there's a lot to cover. I'm just excited, man. I just can't wait to see who exactly we're going to take. That's what's going to be huge for us. Who we going to end up with, what things are going to look like, man. New quarterback, new situation. That's gonna be ridiculously. They just got to make sure that whoever it is that you surround that kid with talent, whatever it is, and that's why I don't understand the running back speak from everybody, but kind of is what it is. But I can't see it, man. I cannot see it. I cannot see it. We getting it going, man. We live. You know what I'm saying? Mike Evans says it's time. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Sean says it's cap. I feel you. John Horton says Rodgers hates his coach and his coach's brother is our OC. Yeah, the Jets are 200% out of this run. We'll see, man. That could just be a situation with. I've heard there's a lot of rumblings about that as well. That that they weren't getting along. But just because I wouldn't necessarily say we're out of the running because, if we're willing to give up the capital, I could see us taking them. I could see us taking them. How about them Jets as a potential Super Bowl team could trade for Rodgers? Yeah, it could be. Okay, Par, salutes to you. Good to see you in here, my man. Get fired up. Look, I am fired up, man. I'm ready to go. Bruh. I'm ready to go. Real talk. I'm ready to see what happens, man. I'm hyped, bruh. I am super hyped. I'm ready to see us, step into the next chapter, man. I'm ready to see us make that impact. I'm ready to see us do what we got to do, man. I'm a little bit worried. I want to see what happens at 23. And like Sean was saying as well, there's a lot of people talking running back, and I don't know why. I can't see us taking one. I really can't. And I don't want to see us take one, to be completely honest. Not before we take an offensive lineman or two. I would like two, preferably. You know what I'm saying? We need that. We can't be jacking around, man. Especially with this kid we just got, or the kid we're going to get, whoever we're going to take in this draft. We can't be jacking around with the future of our franchise. We cannot do that. It cannot happen. We got to make sure they're properly protected, and we got to do whatever it takes to make sure that weapons are surrounding them. That's what we've got to do. We must do that. We must do that. You know what I'm saying? Whatever we got to do, make it happen. Make it happen. Absolutely make it happen. Man. But I'm hyped, man. I'm hyped and I'm ready to go. This team it's a new chapter for us, bro. It's a brand new chapter. And we have got to make it happen. All right. Getting ready to talk. Foul Outlaw says Aaron Rodgers is 38 years old and he has to be in a ready now situation, and we're not there. Yeah. Sean says Buffalo wants to move up for the New York Jets for a running back. I mean, there's guys. SG, salute to you. What's going on? Venom G, salutes to you. Venom G says the era begins tonight. I'm talking. That's what we talking about right now. That's what we talking about right now, Venom. A new era begins tonight, man. A new era begins tonight. Sean says offense, offense, offense. That's a fact. So let me put this out here. We're the Jets. I mean, the draft is live. Things is going. So listen here. One click and we going live. Once we get the pick in, okay, we're going to go live. Here's the deal. When you call in, okay, the lines are probably going to be stacked tonight. We got a lot of stuff going on. Listen, mind your background, people, okay? Don't be calling in with, everybody screaming in your background. Kind of, walk away. Do not call in with your TV blaring either. I don't want to hear that. You know what I'm saying? We can't deal with that. Can't have that. Do not call in with your TV blaring. Mute it, turn it down, walk away, do whatever you got to do. Let's talk Jets. You know what I'm saying? I want to talk tonight. I just understand that everybody's out and about doing their thing, enjoying themselves. I love it. You know what I'm saying? But just try to find a little quiet corner or, walk away from a little bit of the stuff that's going on and let's chat, man. I'm ready to go. I'm hyped. I'm super hyped, man. We got a lot to talk about. Anybody think that Trevor Lawrence doesn't get taken number one? I know there's some people out there talking about that too. I don't think that's true at all. I think the Jags absolutely are taking him. There's no doubt in my mind whatsoever, but there's a lot of talk about the possibility of him still being there, but I don't think that's what happens at all. What are y'all thoughts on that, man? How are y'all feeling about that? We got a lot to cover, man. Aaron Rodgers. How about them Jets says you don't trade in your division? Yeah. You try to look, if Green Bay is going to move Aaron Rodgers, I think they move him completely out the conference. They're not going to let that dude be in the same conference with them doing his thing. Thing about Aaron is, again, when you look at Tom Brady, that dude don't look like he's going to stop playing, ever. It looks like, I mean, he's just continuously doing his thing out there. I think he could probably at least give you 2 more solid years. You know what I'm saying? So who knows? Aaron Rodgers wanted an extension at one point. So it's like, man, what is he, 37, 38 right now? I think he's 38 when the season will start. Man, who knows how long he's going to end up playing. And they're playing at such a solid level as well. He's just doing his thing, man. So you got to see what happens with that. But like I said, Denver, I think, is a team that absolutely will be looking to make the move. That's who I think really is going to handle business right there. It's going to be Denver. Let me get back to the chat. And salute to the Savages, man. Salute to everybody watching me. Please give my streams a thumbs up wherever you're watching me from. You know what I mean? Hit the super chat if you like as well. For those of you that don't like to hit the super chat because they want to, hit me on Cash App. My Cash App is on the screen too. You can go ahead and hit that as well. There's people that be like, Joe, I want to hit you through Cash App, man. No problem. Go ahead. Cash App's on the screen. Do your thing. You know what I mean? And everything is, appreciated. Salutes. Sean says, do you think SF takes Trey Lance? That's crazy. People are talking about that too. And that's what I don't understand what's going to happen, because if Trey Lance goes to San Francisco, where does Justin Fields go? I think that San Francisco is locked in on, me personally, I think they're locked in on Justin Fields. That's what I truly believe. I can't see Justin Fields sliding all the way down. He's too talented, way too talented. I know people are picking him apart now, trying to make it sound like he can't play football at all, like he's never played a down of football in his life. But I don't understand what's happened there with his evaluations. It's all over the place now. It's like he throws 6 touchdowns in a bowl game with broken ribs. Beats one of the best teams in college football, and now it's like he can't do anything. He can't chew gum and walk at the same time. It's insane. Like the talks that I've been hearing, man, from people, it's insanity, dude. It's complete insanity. I don't understand it, but we'll see what happens there. But maybe Trey Lance goes there to San Francisco. I could see that. But again, I think San Francisco is locked in on Justin Fields. The rise of Mac Jones has really confused me as well. Not saying that he's not talented, because he is, but I remember literally the day after the season was done, we were talking about, the NFL draft. Mac Jones wasn't rated any higher, but he was like a low first round pick. Seriously, people were talking about taking him in the low first rounds. And he went all the way from being like a guy you would get in the mid to low first round to he's going to go, top 5. It was like overnight. It was insane. So I don't know. But I tell you what, and there's been a lot of talk about that, and Sean brought this up as well in the chat too. Let me tell you something. I would not be surprised if the Patriots moved up and handled business and took Justin Fields. And you know what's crazy about this talk? When I talk about this with Jets fans that talk to me about this as well, everyone talks about how bad Justin Fields is. Like, there's some Jets fans that literally have written him off as the worst quarterback in the draft. But then when you hear them talk about the Patriots moving up to take him, everybody's so afraid. And it's like, well, if he's so whack, what are you so afraid for? If he's as trash as you say he is, and he's terrible, and he can't do anything right, and he's never going to be good, then what exactly are you afraid of, bruh? Like, something's got to give. You know what I'm saying? Something has got to give. I'm just asking. You know what I mean? So, but we'll see. We'll see, man. I'm a big Justin Fields guy, but I respect Zach Wilson and his talent as well. That kid's got an arm on him. No knock. That kid's got an arm on him. He can play. But let me tell you something. Justin Fields, them RPOs, oh boy. We would have a field day, man. Let me get back to this chat. Val Outlaw says, Aaron Rodgers is a regular season quarterback. Yo, I didn't say that. Val Outlaw said that. Packers fans, don't attack me. I did not say that. That was Val Outlaw that said that, all right? I respect Aaron Rodgers. I respect everything he's done for the sport. That dude is phenomenal, But, Val Outlaw is one of those people that feel like he's a regular season quarterback. I didn't say that. Val Outlaw did. It's the truth. I didn't say it. Val also says it's crazy what they're doing to Justin Fields. Yeah. Sean says Justin Fields to Denver or to the Patriots. Yep. Val Outlaw says they're treating Justin Fields just like Lamar Jackson when he was getting drafted. I remember that draft like it was yesterday. Because I didn't think that Sam would even, there was, in my mind, again, I'm a big SC guy. I was like, there's no way Sam's going to be there at all. Like, that's just a pipe dream, whatever, move on. Even after we moved up, I was like, there's no way the Browns are, stupid enough to pass on him. Like, just let it go. And I was really big on Lamar Jackson. His ability was unbelievable. And like you said, Val, there were people literally saying he should be a wide receiver at the next level. I'll never forget those things. I mean, they just bashed him left and right, and he slid down that board, and I remember the Ravens trading up, and I remember thinking to myself, like, wow, Ozzie and them boys over there, Eric DaCosta and all those dudes with the Ravens, they know what they're doing. They really understand how to evaluate talent, and they really handle business. And let me tell you something. Right when they moved up and got him, you seen what he's been doing ever since. They put a good system around him. Found him, some weapons, which they're still adding. I think they're going to get themselves a wide receiver in this draft as well. And boom, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Once they get more protection for him too, I think they can upgrade that offensive line a little bit. Maybe get him one more go-to wide receiver. It's going to be lights out, bro. I mean, it's lights out now. We see his athletic ability is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The Machine, salute to you, Machine. Good to see you in here. The Machine says it would be funny if Jacksonville took Wilson first. I'd be shocked. Especially the way that, most Jets fans just absolutely herald, Trevor Lawrence. So, we'd have to definitely see what happens there. But I think Jacksonville is just locked in, man. I think they taking Trevor Lawrence. Val says, that's what I'm saying. I hope we don't make a mistake. I'm hoping we don't either. I trust Joe Douglas. I want to know if y'all trust Joe Douglas, but I trust Joe Douglas. I trust his vision. I want to see a little bit more. Now, if he takes a running back at 23, I'm not going to lie to you. It's going to be a little shaky with me, baby. I ain't going to lie to you. It's going to be a little shaky to me, It's going to be a little bit shaky to me. So, let's see what we're doing here. How about them Jets says Field in the AFC East will rule the Jets? Man, let me tell you something. Mr. Magic, salute to you, Mr. Magic. Mr. Magic says, I love Fields. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm telling you. Eddie DeJesus salutes to you, man. Good to see you in here as well. He says, let's do this. That's what I'm talking about. Val says, I remember it too. Boy, Lamar Jackson made them eat those words. He still needs the number one wide receiver. That's true, man. That's true. Man, he gonna get it. He gonna get that. I'm telling you, Lamar, Mahomes, them two dudes is gonna be, they're the quarterbacks that's gonna keep this league rolling. They're gonna be the faces for quite some time, man. Lamar is something else, man. His ability is insane. The stuff that they can run with him and how he makes you adjust defensively to him, unbelievable. Freaking unbelievable, man. Daniel Roberts, salute to you. Daniel Roberts says, hello, Joe. What's going on, Daniel? How's everything going with you, my friend? He says, Daniel Roberts says, I'm so excited for our picks. I am too, man. Waiting to see how things go. You know what I'm saying? I'm waiting to see how we handle business while we're on the clock. I'm waiting to see, man, how Joe Douglas addresses this offensive line, dude. He can't keep playing around with this. Can't keep playing around. Jacksonville on the clock. Let's go. Let's go. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, man. I'm ready to go. This should be easy, real quick. There should be no issues whatsoever right here. There's a very easy pick for them. There's no problems whatsoever here. Go ahead, do what you got to do. Just say Trevor Lawrence, let it go. There's nothing else to talk about. Nothing else at all. Let me tell you. Yeah, we're going to see, man. And this, for me, again, this is marking, this is Joe Douglas putting his stamp on the team, bruh. Like, this is Joe Douglas's squad now. This is Joe Douglas's franchise. He's in the sole head of the franchise. He picked his coach. He got his coaching staff in there. Got rid of Adam Gase, which thank goodness he did. Got rid of Adam Gase, cleaned all that stuff out. Even our scouts. This is all his guys, man. This is all his guys. You know what I'm saying? All the new guys he brought in, presidents and so on and so forth, man. Then you look at the situation, what he's done with our roster. A lot of these guys, you know what I'm saying? He was able to get a draft. He's moved on from our what we thought was our franchise quarterback and Sam Darnold. Now he's getting his guy in. This is all him, man. This is all him. He's going to put it on the line right here. Leon Kennedy says, easy. Trevor Lawrence at number one. Exactly. Salute to you, Leon. Good to see you in here as well, my man. It's always good to see you, man. Always good to see you. Salute to everybody watching as well, man. Val Outlaw says, we need offensive line bad. Bro, we do. And that's why I don't get why everybody is so, like, sold on moving up and taking, even a tight end or moving up and taking something else. It's like, bro, how many times do you have to watch this team struggle offensively up front to block, whether it be hold your blocks for a quarterback or whether it be just open holes to run the football? How many times do you have to see that throughout your fandom to realize, man, maybe we should take an offensive lineman? I know it's not the sexiest pick. I know it's not the pick that everybody wants. You know what I'm saying? Because people just don't want to do that. But, bruh, come on. You looking back to when we were a really good football team, what was the reason why we were solid offensively? Because we could block. Go back to that first AFC championship run we had. Look at our offensive line. Look at our running game. Mark Sanchez was not the greatest quarterback. He's a USC guy. Like, he wasn't the greatest quarterback at all, especially during the regular season. Mark was good to start the game off with a pick six or a fumble return for a touchdown. He was good for that stuff. He was good for putting you down by 7, you know what I'm saying, and then trying to bounce back. He was good for that. But I'm telling you what, we hid him behind a really solid running game. We put some weapons around him, and we saw success. We got to do the same thing. You can't keep having, especially in today's game, with guys that are 6'4", 6'5", 280 something, running 4.4s and 4.3s. Like, you can't do that. You can't do that. These pass rushers today, bro, they come screaming around the edge, take your head off. You got to get some fat guys up front to block that, man. You can't have that. You can't have that. So, Val Outlet says, who do you compare Zach Wilson to? That's a good question. It's kind of tough for me. I know that there's a lot of people that make comparisons to Russell Wilson for some reason. There's a lot of analysts I've seen say that. I don't know about that. I don't know. A comparison for me is really tough. He's a guy, I mean, again, he's a guy that has a solid arm. He can throw the football. I'm just wondering, can he do that at this level the same way that he did in college? Because I'm sorry, I just question the competition a little bit. I really, really do. Because he wasn't going against top guys. I'm wondering, can he do that with elite guys in his face? Because even the most scrubbiest NFL player that we think of, dude, those guys are the best of the best. You know, they're the best of the best. You put even the scrubbiest player in the NFL in college, and he's going to blow those dudes out the water. Like, real talk. The level of technique, strength, all that stuff. Understanding the game, understanding their body, serious business. NY Jets FL says, it would be interesting if we took Fields. Yeah, it would be interesting. NY Jets FL says, we need a number one cornerback. We do, bruh. We do. We need a number one cornerback. I also, honestly, there's some people that think we need another two. We need a number two cornerback as well. But we definitely need a number one. I'm not sold on Bless Austin. I think we need to find some way to possibly move on from him. Bryce Hall, to me, is still kind of up and down. We'll see what he does, you know, this upcoming season. But yeah, we definitely need a cornerback. We definitely need a number one cornerback. But I think for me, again, at 23, you got to address offensive line. But salute to you, NY. Good to see you in here, my man. SG says, who do you like to pick at 23 if ATV is gone? That's a great question. If ATV is gone, if Tevin Jenkins is there, I'm taking Tevin Jenkins. If they're both gone, if Tevin Jenkins is gone and ATV is gone, I could see a possibility of us trading down and maybe taking Creed Humphrey at the bottom of the first round. I could see that. But you gotta grab a guy, man. You got to make that happen. First and foremost, you got to make that happen. I don't think you can walk away from round one, you know, not really having just a really solid, you know, prospect there for your offensive line. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. And I understand some people want us to take a pass rusher in the first. I don't know. I mean, I take that back. I could see you making the adjustment, maybe taking a pass rusher, but then in the second round, you gotta go double O-line again in my mind. So either you're gonna take a pass rusher like Xavier Collins or you know what I'm saying, or Rousseau if he's there, and then in the second round, if you can get a guy like Creed Humphrey, and then maybe use, you know, your third round compensation from that you have this year to move back up and get a guy like Wyatt Davis, I could see that. But yeah, if ATV is gone, for me, my next target is Tevin Jenkins. And it's crazy how he's been talked about being down there as well, kind of sliding a little bit. We'll definitely talk about that. Jaguars milking this clock. Leon Kennedy says, yeah, I wish we kept Sam, started to build our O-line. I understand they wanted to start fresh, but still, yeah, you know, there was a situation there. You know, I've kind of had to, you know, move on from that situation because it is what it is. But, man, if we would have kept Sam Darnold, the options for us in the draft would have just blew wide open. Because can you imagine if we would have got the package that the Dolphins got, or we would have got more than the Dolphins got to move down to 12? We would have still been in prime position. We would have still been able to do, we would have had, probably two more first-round picks. That would have just set this in motion for even more, you know, even more. So, it's crazy, man. Salutes to Mr. Magics. Val Outlaw says that's why I was happy last year. Um, we actually got it right in the first round with Mekhi Becton because that helped us out so much. Yeah, it did. It did. It did. The pick is in. Man. Yeah. Mekhi Becton was huge for us. That was huge. Huge, huge. Huge, huge, huge. Man. That dude immediately came in and was the best best offensive lineman we had. Off the bat. Like there was no questions. Anybody gonna anybody gonna like, ask him? Like, nah, he stepped in, immediately was the best, offensive lineman we had without a shadow of a doubt. You know what I mean? So salutes. We did get it right with Mekhi, and I was excited. But he had a lot of question marks before the draft too, if y'all don't remember, because he had popped on that drug test, and then also people were wondering about his weight. That was a big thing. I remember before that draft, that was a big thing. People were worried about his weight. Could he stay in shape? And then people also were worrying about just his agility at the next level, because he was so big. People were like, well, he's gonna be facing these pass rushers is just gonna get under him, and then but nah. Not this time. NY Jets FL says we take number 23 in a third rounder and move up for a guard or a corner. Yeah, I can see that. Picks in. You know what I'm saying? Picks in. Yep. Trevor Lawrence. Okay. Trevor Lawrence to Jacksonville. How are we feeling about that? How you folks feeling? He's a Jag. Salutes to Trevor Lawrence. We are now on the clock. You know what I'm saying? It's time to make a move. What are we gonna do? That's the big question. What are the Jets gonna do? Val Outlaw says that's why I'm saying I don't know if you could do this at this level. That's why I have so much concern. Hopefully he can. Yeah, I'm hoping he does too. I'm hoping if Wilson is the guy that we take, I'm hoping that he could get it done at this level. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see. The machine says, I wish your stream was more popular. You are easy to talk to and have a good insight. I hope that you do better. Salute to you, man. Salute. Look, we doing our thing. You know what I mean? Look, I love and respect everybody, you know what I'm saying, that watches me. My numbers have grown and they'll just keep growing. We're going to keep working, baby. We're going to keep working until the world knows. You know what I'm saying? Until the world knows. But my numbers are solid, but we're going to keep growing as things keep moving. I'm gonna keep growing. I'm gonna keep grinding. That's my thing. I get in. I keep working. I keep going. But salutes to you and thank you for the kind words about my insight, man. I just try to, I try to do my thing. I do anger some people, to be completely honest, though. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I do anger some people with some takes. Some takes I do anger. I anger people quite a bit. Go back and listen to my Jamal Adams takes. Woo, those takes had people upset. Woo. Ooh. People was upset about that. That Outlaw says, would you bring in Richard Sherman on a good deal? I think he'd be a good mentor. Honestly, I wouldn't mind that. But I know that Sulla, I forgot who asked him. It was a media guy that asked Sulla if he would ever bring in, Richard Sherman, because they have a history. And he said, hey, it wouldn't be a bad idea, but he's not, pushing for it. So the fact that Richard is still kind of out there and they aren't like really making a move to kind of grab him, I'm just wondering what the holdup kind of is. But yeah, I wouldn't have no problem bringing in Richard Sherman. Of course he's not the long-term answer, but like you said as well, Val, he's a guy that you can bring in and continue to move and feed the young guys, get them up to speed mentally, and prepare themselves for the game. So yeah. I'm down with that. I don't knock that at all. I'm not knocking that situation at all. Just doing business. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, Jets. Let's do something. What are we doing here? Let's make this pick, baby. You know what I'm saying? And salute to everybody that's watching me, no matter where you're watching me from. Please give my stream a thumbs up. If you have not subscribed, please subscribe. You know what I'm saying? Again, we're going to be doing a live radio show. The second that the Jets make their pick, we're going live. You can call in. The number is 515-602-9639. Again, 515-602-9639. That is the number. You can call in. Mind your background, people. I understand people, watching the draft and everybody's excited, but turn down that TV. You know what I mean? Don't be having that playing loud. Put that on mute. Let's have some discussions. I know the lines is going to be packed tonight, so we definitely going to have, we're going to talk, man. We're going to talk Jets. So come on. Let's make this pick, man. What's going on here? What's going on here? Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. You know what I mean? I'm excited. So what are y'all thinking? Wilson, Fields? What are y'all thinking? Come on now. John Doe 0022 salutes to you. John Doe says salute to LB Joe. It's the Jets time. Thank you, man. Salutes to you as well. Good to see you in here, my friend. Daniel Roberts says, Joe, you never really anger me with your takes because you always think logically. You look at the reality of the Jets situation. Salutes to you, Daniel, and thank you. But let me tell you something. There's a lot of people that don't be wanting to hear that. And we all have different takes. Every Jets fans, we feel differently about the direction of the team. Some of us, like certain things more than others, or we're hyped about certain elements of the football team or where we're going, or we just have different ideas about where the team could go. And man, let me tell you something. Woo. Let me tell you something. This fan base, this Jets fan base, you better be, you put your take out there, you better be prepared because they're going to let you know. I mean, look, y'all in my chat. Y'all in my chat. I call y'all the savages. There's a lot of savage, savage. What else can you say? They savage, The Jets fan base don't play around, man. You put your take out of there, you better be ready. All right, picks in. Let's talk about it. Picks in. Let's talk about it, man. Let's talk about it. Let's go. GM says they're on the phone talking with the Niners. Yeah, they were, yeah. So, we'll see. I mean, the pick is in, so they didn't take it. Whatever it was the Niners was offering. Or whatever it was they was thinking. Make it happen, man. Make it happen. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on, man. A lot of stuff going on here. Val Outlaw says you're comparing Wilson and Patrick Mahomes. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not saying he's Patrick Mahomes. I'm definitely not saying that. I know that there's people that have compared him to, certain quarterbacks, but I definitely did not compare him to Patrick Mahomes. But he, he's a guy that can move. He's a guy that has some movement to him. He's got a really solid arm. I like Zach Wilson. I just, there's other quarterbacks that I really, really like, though. Really like, just a smidge more than him. But I think he has talent, and he's a guy that can put some things together. Okay, Zach Wilson. That's the guy, man. We got him. Zach Wilson. Let's talk. We about to go live right now. 515-602-9639. 515-602-9639. We going live right now. Call in 515-602-9639. Give me 1 second, folks. We're about to connect the show. Hold on. You folks can call in now. Again, the lines are open. 515-602-9639. 515-602-9639. Call in. We're about to start the show.
Blog Talk Radio.
What's going on, folks? It's your boy, Long Beach Joe, and we are back at it, all right? We're back at it, and we're fired up. We're doing a live draft radio show, okay? We're right here with the NFL draft, right in the thick of things, and we're coming right after watching the New York Jets make their selection in the first round, the first selection. And we're going to talk about it. We got so much to cover. A lot of things to talk about. Listen, again, 515-602-9639 is the number. Call in. I want to hear from you folks. But look, I am the man of the people. I am here for the people. Let me shamelessly promote my Facebook page. Everyone go on Facebook, search The Long Beach Joe Show. Like that page. My content's up there. Go ahead and give it a listen. Message me. I'll message you right back. Love going back and forth with folks about this football team. Also, leave me some feedback. I love hearing about what you folks think I do here on The Long Beach Joe Show. So without further ado, folks, let's go ahead and get into the show. I am fired up. I'm fired up, man. Let me tell you something. I'm on iTunes as well at The Long Beach Joe Show. Blog Talk, The Long Beach Joe Show. You know what I'm saying? Subscribe to your boy. Leave me a 5-star. You know what I'm saying? Please follow me as well. On my YouTube pages, I'm live streaming while we're watching this draft. I live stream while I do my radio shows. I'm loving it, man. I'm feeling it. The energy is up. We're making moves, baby. We're making moves. All right. Jets just made their pick in the first round, their first pick in the first round at number 2. And we come out with Mr. Zach Wilson. I can't wait to hear the nicknames. I've already heard a couple. I came up with the Zach Pack. That's what I'm going to call a lot of his fan base, the Zach Pack. I also came up with the Wilson Wildflowers. I like that. You guys like that? Give me some feedback. Let me know what you folks think about that one. Wall Street Wilson, that's another name as well. So there's things flying out around there, but the New York Jets have selected Zach Wilson, number 2, overall in the first round. And, I'm pretty happy about it. I'm not upset about it at all. This is a kid that has talent. This is a kid that, has ability. He's not a lazy guy. He definitely is all about studying, making sure that things are together. He's got a solid arm. So there's things to build on there. But this is Joe Douglas really putting his stamp on the franchise. We were talking about it earlier within the stream. You look at the situation, he's been able to clear out, the coaching staff. He's brought in a lot of his own guys. He's moved on from Sam Darnold. Now he's selected his quarterback. Now he gets to start, his reign. He gets to start, his stuff with his quarterback, which is Zach Wilson. That's the guy, man. That's the guy. So I'm hyped, man. And I want to get straight to the people because we got so much to talk about. Again, 515-602-9639. 515-602-9639. Call in because I want to hear from everybody. I want to hear everybody's takes. I want to hear what you think about the pick. I want to hear how you feel about it. You know what I'm saying? And what are your thoughts on this situation? We got the 23rd pick coming up as well. A lot of players on the board. So much to talk about. So we're going to get to these lines. I'm going to go to 908. 908, I'm coming directly to you.
Fuck.
908, give me your thoughts about the New York Jets selecting Zach Wilson. How are you feeling about this situation? $908?
Hello?
Oh, we have to get him up out of here. I couldn't hear him. All right, we're going to keep getting to these lines. Again, 515-602-9639. 515-602-9639. Call in. We are talking Jets. We're talking about this NFL draft. We're talking about what we got going on. There's a lot happening. We just selected Zach Wilson. That was our selection at number 2. We got to hear about this. So I'm going next. This is my guy, Sean, man. I'm going to Sean. I already know the situation here. You already know what's going on here. Look, I like Sean a lot. We always got to argue about the situation. Now we got the draft. The draft is here. We argued all the way up into the draft. And now we select Wilson. Sean, give me your thoughts about this selection. Okay, let's talk about it, man. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, baby. How are you feeling about this selection, my man?
I'm feeling great, baby. All gas, no brakes, baby. Let's go.
Okay, okay. So when you look at the situation, Zach Wilson is now in the squad. Was there a quarterback that you wanted to see selected? Were you a Fields guy? Did you like Trey Lance, or is this the guy that you wanted and you're glad that we landed him?
Um, Honestly, I liked you couldn't go wrong with any of them. Honestly, my sleeper was Trey Lance. If we selected Trey Lance, I would have. He has a lot of upside, but you know, I'm excited for Zach Wilson. He's coming into a better situation than Sam Darnold.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now it's all about this 23rd pick, but he looks like he's ready for the Big Apple. But just the only thing is, does he have the durability? That's the only thing that I'm just a little worried about.
Mm.
Can he take the hit?
Okay, okay, and that was a big question for me as well, especially when you look at the situation in the past with his shoulder. Like you said as well, a lot of people are worrying about that shoulder. It's looked like you said, he's had his he's had his surgeries, but a lot of people are wondering about his durability. Can he handle a hit if he were to take it? But I'm looking at this situation, and there's other questions as well for me. There's a lot of pressure here, man. There's a lot of pressure playing in New York. I know you know that as well. When you look at this situation, do you think that Zach will be able to handle the pressure and the expectations of playing for the New York Jets as a quarterback?
Well, I think that only time can tell. He has a good coaching staff around him. I think honestly, this is the first time in a long time that I can't speak for every Jets fan, but for myself, that I could really say, like, we're in a good position. Joe Douglas showed promise with drafting. We got the right staff in. The vibes feel pretty good. Everybody seems like they're working. And everybody seems like they like each other. There's no conflict. And then the best thing about this whole situation is that the media does not even know what's going on. And throughout this whole process, even though we knew that Zach Wilson was going to be number one, we all still had that idea of, wow, can it be Justin Fields? Can it be Trey Lance? And it's all about building that team. And Joe Douglas comes from that team where, from the Ravens and everything, they don't really talk as much. They don't tell you what they're going to do, what their next move is. And I feel that with the Jets now. It's all a mystery right now, and it's good. Even though we all kind of assumed it was Zach Wilson, I still had my thoughts, and I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, it was 100% Zach, but I had my thoughts, and I really feel about this. And now it's all about just getting this offense right. Now they're talking about, maybe a running back at 23, but I think it's AVT. If he's not available, I think they might go running back, to be honest, because they want to get this guy, because I think they're going to just start running the ball with Zach.
Yeah, and that's great that you bring that up as well. When you look at the situation and you're saying to yourself, I want to talk to you about the 23rd pick too, and for you, ATV is the guy that you want. I look at it and I say to myself, okay, if ATV is not there, then where else do you go? Running back is so low on my list of priorities when you look at this football team. How valuable is a running back if he doesn't have any holes to run through? Don't you think that even if ATV isn't there, that we should still look to take whatever the next best lineman would be?
Well, I look at it like this. We have so many holes. So no matter what we pick, it really doesn't matter, because we got those 2 first picks next year. We got those 2 second picks next year. And we're late in the first round, so technically it's really an early second. So honestly, if we really take anybody, can I say it's going to help this year? No, but we'll be 10 steps better than we were last year. That's what we need.
Wow.
So, we all want right pick. We all want that right pick, but there's just so many holes that if you're at 23, you're going to, that's our second pick. You got so many options. Oh, cornerback, this, that. Honestly, any pick is the right pick right now, because we just have so many holes. It might not show right there, but you can't say that we're a threat on offense if we don't get a running back. If we get a running back, that's the comfortability for Zach Wilson, because Zach Wilson will be able to be like, well, we got Tevin Coleman, and we got, let's just say, Travis Etienne or Najee Harris. That's a comfortability right there that we all could say, wow, he has a threat back there. Now we can run the ball. Even if we have a mediocre line, that they're still going to put in that work and get through those holes. We had nothing but old heads running the ball last year. I'm not going to say our line was awful, but, we also had old heads running the ball. So now we get that youth in there. They get settled in. We start, having chemistry with each other. They know how each other runs routes. They know how this running back runs this. Now you're building that chemistry for next year. We get prepared for next year. We can't worry about right now. We just got to worry about the progress. It's all about the progress right now, and that's what I feel like. That's what the Jets are at right now. It's all about progress because right now I don't think any pick is the wrong pick right now.
Wow. I'm look, I respect your take there, but for me, I look at the situation and I say to myself, I remember the second that we got Le'Veon Bell, who was an amazing running back, but there was no holes for him to run through. There was nowhere for him to go, and by damn near the third game, he was having issues, shoulder issues. We saw him get hurt because there was nowhere for him to go. We couldn't adequately block, to make sure that the offense was functional. So I do understand, running back. I understand that people like that position, but running back is also one of the most, one of the most disposable positions in the league. You can have a running back by committee system and still be successful. But if you do not have somebody up front to block, if we return with Van Roten and Lewis again, especially when you got a young quarterback, I just don't see how we can see success under that. I think that Joe Douglas, honestly, especially with the way that he handled free agency, kind of painted himself into a corner where he has to find some way to address the offensive line in this draft.
But if you look, and I completely understand that, and I completely agree with that. But if you look at this tape, why is everybody so big on Johnson and Adams? Because they had a couple little bursts. It's not always the line. It takes 11 people on that field. And I just feel like Le'Veon Bell was just a name to us, something that we didn't have in such a long time. We didn't have a threat in the backfield. We didn't have a threat in the offense. That Le'Veon Bell was just a name to the Jets. Le'Veon Bell, wow, he's great. Because we were talking about what he did with the Steelers. We didn't talk about what he really did with the Jets. When we let him go, he went to the Chiefs. What did he do with the Chiefs? He wasn't even relevant. Nobody was talking about Lev Bell. No, he wasn't even a threat in the backfield. I feel like if we just get started and just let go of the past and just let the progress take care of itself, we might have something here. Because I really feel that we have players that want to play for the Jets. You have Carl Lawson speaking out about the Jets. These people are happy, and that's what it's about. If you get positivity with this team, positive things will happen. And with Jamal Adams, it was the same thing. Jamal Adams was 10 steps ahead of the Jets. Just like Sam Darnold, we took Sam Darnold, but we didn't know what we were doing because we didn't have nothing planned for the kid. I'm not going to say Sam Darnold was bad because he's just an unknown, So, like, now that we're there with Wilson, a lot of people are saying that, this team could be something. It might not show right there that game, but if we get more than 5 wins, is that progress? Even if we don't take a lineman, because at the end of the day, this is a deep O-line class. Joe Douglas is going to take an O-lineman. I just don't know if he's going to take it at the 23rd pick. He's probably going to take it at the 34th. I like Greg Newsome. I do. I'll take Greg Newsome. I'll take AVT. I'll take a linebacker, Xavier Collins. I'll take any of them. As long as that we show progress this year and we show that we're competitive, that's all that matters.
Yeah. No, look, I respect your take there, but another thing that kind of started to happen during this draft as well, actually before it, was the uproar about Aaron Rodgers, okay? And there's a lot of Jets fans that immediately started saying, listen, this guy clearly is going to be on the market. He no longer wants to be a Packer. We need to make the move and make it happen. I know you're looking back now, but would you have rather us traded for Aaron Rodgers over drafting Zach Wilson?
Aaron Rodgers is a dog. Man.
I'm just asking.
That's a temptation, but we just don't have it. We're in place to get all of those talented players, just like Deshaun Watson. But if we grab them, we're going to be back in the same situation where now what do? We don't got that much money to give this player and that player because we're not the Patriots. We're not the Chiefs where we could just say, hey, look at our progress. Look at our record.
Yeah.
People are going to just come here on cheap deals. We're not the Bills anymore. We're not the Bills right now. We're re-signing players and players are taking pay cuts just to be it. It's not like that, So it's like I would love Aaron Rodgers and I would love Deshaun Watson, but this time it's just not the right time. And I feel like if we just take what we got right now with Zach Wilson, believe in him this time, and we got the right staff around him, and he seems like he's very hungry, because even when he was just speaking on the TV, he said, he said some big words, Joe Namath's words. I'm going to bring a Super Bowl here. Those are some big words to New York people. As soon as he gets the bag, we're hammering him. You already know that.
Yeah.
But I just think that I would love Aaron Rodgers. If I could take him, yes, I would. I would really. But honestly, we can't. We can't afford him. That's like looking at, that's like, just even with the Orlando Brown trade with the Ravens and the Chiefs. I would love him, but we can't afford him, because we just got so many holes.
Yeah. I hear you. I hear you. But I tell you what, it's tempting. I'll tell you that. I definitely be asking, what kind of compensation are you looking for? That would definitely have piqued my interest, though. But as we continue to move, you talked about, taking a running back at 23. What were your thoughts about, because you also talked a little bit about Newsom, what are your thoughts about the possibility of the Jets taking a pass rusher at 23?
I wouldn't mind it, but I don't see any, I'm not going to lie, I haven't really looked at pass rushers that much. I was focusing on the offensive line, the cornerback room. But I'm hearing, Kwity Paye from Michigan.
Yeah, there's a couple names out there.
From Georgia.
Yeah, Kwity Paye. I know that people talk about Jalen Phillips as well from Miami, Rousseau as well from Miami. So there's some guys that could be there.
They're saying it's not that deep. They're saying the edge class is not that deep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at Eric Stokes from Georgia in the third round. I don't know. I feel like we need offense right now. We can't gravitate to that defense, because that's what we did every year. If you think about it, it was they were doing statistics on the Jets. We draft D linemen every year.
Yeah.
We need offense. We need offense for the 23rd and the 34th. We need offense, man.
Yeah.
And then grab somebody in the third. Honestly, to be honest with you, this might be a crazy take. I feel like we should focus on the offense this year, and then go to the defense next year.
Yeah, no, that's.
We got all those picks next year. Grab take all the offense that you need to help the kid, and then just go straight defense next year. Yeah,
no, that's not a crazy take at all. That's a take that I've had in the past as well, because we poured so much into the so much into the defense of these past drafts. So you look back at our drafts, a lot of our first round picks were defensive players. So yeah, pouring into this offense and making sure that you have whatever weapons that is necessary for a young QB to grow is what you've got to do. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see how it continues to go forward. Go ahead.
If I can ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask you a question? Do you even think that maybe after this year we might get another first round pick for Mosley? I'm thinking that he might be traded.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens with him going forward. I don't know if you get a first round pick for him at this point, especially when, he hasn't played in 2 years. And then when the last time we did see him, he was dealing with that injury all year. So we got to see, what kind of toll it was taken, and who, is the team going to give up a first round pick for an inside linebacker? We just got to see, but I don't know what's going to happen with him. We'll see if the Jets trade him or not. But there's, some guys that are up and coming out. I definitely am going to be excited to see. I could see us, continuing to make trades, maybe trading down or moving picks to continue to garner picks. But I don't know about trading Mosley off the bat, man.
And also one more before you let me go.
Yeah, go ahead.
You've seen the rumor, I don't know, but they're thinking about maybe trading with the Browns for their tight end.
You say it again. You broke up.
There was a rumor going around that maybe we could trade with the Browns.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And they would trade us. They would trade us for their tight end.
Oh, Njoku, I think it is. I think that's who their tight end is.
We would move back, and we would get their tight end as well.
Yeah. I mean, if there's a possibility there, I wouldn't necessarily knock that. Because I think at this point, I think you'd move maybe 2 or 3 spots down. I think it's 2 spots. I think they're at 26. Yeah, they're at 26. So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily knock that. But again, it would depend on who's on the board. If you got a guy like ATV on the board, a guy like Tevin Jenkins on the board, you take those guys, man. But again, we need a tight end as well. So maybe you look at the situation and you say, hey, I think I can still get a solid lineman we fill our tight end spot because I'm not a believer in Chris Herndon at all. And we'll see what happens going forward. So yeah, that isn't a bad idea. But so my final question for you before I let you go is, what are your thoughts about Joe Douglas? Do you believe in his vision, man?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe in him. I'm not going to sit here and say I don't, because honestly, this is the first time we can actually say that we have a general manager that knows what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
We're sitting here, looking at draft picks, and he's finally drafting people that we thought about and we actually know.
Yeah.
When's the last time we did that? Like, we haven't had that in such a long time. You'll sit here and they'll draft somebody, you're like, who is that?
Yeah.
So I trust him. I trust him, and you could even see with the coach too, man. He wants to be a head coach.
Yeah.
Some of these coaches, they just don't got it. They come up in here and then they just think that they're going to turn stuff around. This guy loves coaching for the Jets the way he's talking, and the general manager really wants to fix this.
Yeah. And
I just love the fact that nobody knows what they're doing. And I feel like that's the best thing, because nobody knows what they're doing.
Yeah, no, nothing's getting tipped. So salutes to you, Sean. I got to get back to these lines, man. Thank you for calling in. You had a fire call, man. You brought the heat, man. Yeah. You have a good rest of the draft, man. It was good speaking to you.
Jets.
Let's talk about it.
You too, man.
Listen, Sean calling in, we usually argue quite a bit. You know what I mean? We argue quite a bit, But, hey, everybody's fired up about Wilson. Also, while I was on a call with Sean, the Niners pulled a smooth one. I don't think anybody was thinking about this one. The Niners end up with Trey Lance. That's who they take in the first. With Fields sitting right there. There was a lot of connections before. Fields was connected to the Niners. A lot of people were saying that the Niners were moving up to take him. They end up taking Trey Lance. Now the question becomes, where does Fields go? Then right after, the Niners select Trey Lance, then you get the Atlanta Falcons taking Kyle Pitts. Let me tell you something. Kyle Pitts is a complete monster. Complete monster there at tight end. Woo! You talking about a beast? That dude's a beast. A lot of people say that he may be, that he is the best player in this draft. A lot of people compare him to, the various great tight ends that are already in the league. I heard a lot of Darren Waller comparisons with him, but that dude is a complete monster, man. Complete beast. I think he's like 6'6" or 6'5". He's just, there's nowhere you can throw the ball that he won't be able to reach up and get it or go up and get it. He's a matchup nightmare. That dude is insane. You know what I'm saying? So salutes to the Falcons getting themselves a very solid tight end. Picks in for the Bengals as well. The Bengals end up with Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase is going to be a Bengal. He's going to be out there with Joe Burrow throwing footballs his way. Salutes, man. Bengals making moves. The Niners shocked people. You got Kyle Pitts. Everyone's dancing. All the Cincinnati Bengals fans are having a just an absolute fest right now. They're enjoying themselves. You know what I mean? It's good times, man. But the Jets got themselves Zach Wilson. You know what I mean? Justin Fields. We'll see where he ends up going. So I'm gonna get back to these lines again. Salute to everybody watching me, no matter where you're watching me from. Please give my stream a thumbs up if you're on YouTube, wherever you're at. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe and turn on your notifications as well. Again, the lines are open. 515-602-9639. Again, 515-602-9639. Call in, okay? Don't call in cursing on my show. I'll get you out of here. Also, mind your background. Turn down your TV, mute your TV. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants to hear that. We're all just trying to talk Jets and talk about football. So I'm going to keep getting to these lines. Next, I'm going to go to my guy, E, man. I think this is my guy, E. E, salutes, my man. How are you feeling? What are your thoughts about us selecting Zach in the first round, man? How are you feeling about this? It's Wilson time.
Bro, I'm so fired up about this. He's, in my opinion, the best quarterback in this draft. I got my headband on. I'm fired up, man. Let's go.
Is That's what I'm talking about, E. That's what I'm talking about. So, you've been a big Wilson guy, pretty much ever since we were out of the running for Lawrence, and you had quite a bit of choice words for Lawrence as well. I don't want, you can go back into those if you want, but I just putting that out there. So when you look at the situation now, what is Wilson bringing to the table, man? What is his best trait that you're so excited about that makes you think that he's going to be extremely successful with the New York Jets?
For me, it's kind of it's like his arm talent, his quick release, and the strength, velocity and distance he gets on his football.
Mm-hmm.
He's also great off platform, something that, Darnold was, able to show pretty well. I think it's a bit of an upgrade from that, throwing on the run ability. Just like, he can throw cross body, can just throw absolute darts. He's also got good presence in the pocket. He does a lot of things well. For him, the only advice I have for him is, dude, please slide. Please avoid as many injuries as possible. If he's going to scramble around, make sure you're not getting hit like that.
Yeah.
And I hope he tries to avoid, not throwing in the tightest windows possibly. It's definitely a big transition from, group of 5 football to the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
But, I'm not worried about that kind of stuff. I'm just so excited about this. Also, I got to ask you about this with the Bengals pick. Do you think it's a good pick? I think it's a stupid pick, man. I mean, you got your quarterback killed last year, and you got one of the great offensive tackle on the board.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they were going to go Sewell, but I was wrong, man.
Yeah, for me, I'm a little shaky on it as well. Not the talent though. The talent is there. I think Jamar Chase is unbelievable. Man. So I think he's unbelievable.
Best
maybe
receiver in the draft.
Yeah, maybe they're thinking they'll attack it at later rounds. Maybe they value, linemen at the later rounds. Maybe they're looking at the situation. They're ready to trade back up to get a lineman. That's the only thing I could think. But giving your quarterback more weapons, is never necessarily a bad thing. You know what I mean? But we'll see. Like you said as well, I thought the Sewell for sure that Panay was just gonna be a Bengal, like in my brain. You know what I mean? Like when I looked at it, I was like, oh yeah, he's definitely gonna go to the Bengals. No doubt in my mind. But they took Jamar, so we'll see what happens. Joe Burrow is gonna have a lot of fun out there because if he can stay upright, he's gonna be awesome, it's gonna be insane. He's just gonna chuck footballs around. But getting back to us, I look at this situation now, and I say to myself, we take Zach. And I'm just wondering about the pressure, man, because this pressure to play here is insane, right? Like this fan base, the media, the city, it don't let up. Do you think he'll be able to survive that, man? Because we've seen that break people. We saw it break Rex Ryan. We saw it break Mark Sanchez. We saw it break Geno Smith. Even Sam on his way out was like, don't listen to the media. And he was joking. But, not necessarily joking. So we've seen it get to a lot of people. Hell, there's players that don't want to come play for the Jets because the media here is so hard on you. I mean, do you think he'll be able to survive that?
I do. And guess what? What did all those quarterbacks and, coaches have in common? They weren't besides Rex, he was successful, but towards the end, they got all that pressure because they weren't performing. I think Wilson has the ability to perform, and when the Jets start winning, then players are going to want to come here because the market right now, the media market, it's all about beat up on the Jets, say all this crap about the Jets. You already know they scripted it out. Tomorrow, first take, Jets should have taken Fields. Jets should have taken Darnold.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, it's going to happen. Once we start winning, I think the media will definitely ease off a bit. It's not just ripping the Jets because we're going to rip if we're winning.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The media, especially national media, they get after us all the time. We've seen that pretty much the Jets can't do anything right. I remember people, back in the day with Ryan Fitzpatrick, people wanted us to re-sign him. We did it. And then when he flopped, then they bashed us for re-signing him. So it's insane. We've seen that happen so many times. We saw, same people that loved us for taking Sam were the same people that bashed us for taking Sam when things just weren't working out. So that's the situation there. But when you look at number 23, man, I'm saying to myself, we just took a young quarterback. You got to make sure that he's protected. I'm thinking O-line at all costs, man. What are your thoughts about this? Who do you think we take at 23?
I'm pretty much O-line at all costs unless the guys aren't there and a stud corner falls there. But I've slowly gotten more to you need to take an offensive lineman there.
Mm-hmm.
My guy, obviously, VERA-TUCKER. Your video last night about trading up for him got me pretty fired up, man. I would love to see that happen. If you trade like a 4th or a 5th, I'm totally cool doing that, man.
Yeah.
Go O-line, VERA-TUCKER, Tevin Jenkins, even Creed Humphrey. one of those guys hopefully should be there.
Yeah.
And I'd absolutely love that as the Dolphins pick comes in. Don't spoil it. Hang on.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna.
That's when they go quarterback and.
Yeah, we not gonna spoil it. We're not gonna spoil.
I'm taking Jalen Waddle.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We taking they took Jalen Waddle.
Hey,
That's
I got it right. Let's go.
yeah, they took Jalen Waddle. You know what's crazy about this situation? Them taking Jalen Waddle. I thought that he would slide just a little bit, but man, that guy's phenomenal as well. Phenomenal. You know, I know he had a little bit of an injury. He was hindered.
Two was missing him on deep balls.
Yeah, oh yeah. Look, he's about to go off. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to catch the heat that be coming. You know what I'm saying? The heat that be coming for all the things that you be saying, man. You know, I don't want any issues, but you know, at the end of the day, he is a savage. He's a savage. He's a savage, man. He is a savage, man. He's a savage. I respect it. I respect it, though. So you look at the situation, you're saying O-line at all costs, unless a stud corner falls down. Is there any scenario in your mind where you could see the New York Jets trading down? What are your thoughts about that, man?
I mean, if there aren't too many guys there, you know, worthy of taking, you know, let's say they think they can get a guy like a Creed Humphrey later in the first round. Yeah, man, why not? You know, it worked out for us last year with Mims, but it's pretty risky doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, if they trust their board, if they really know what's going on, then why not? But I doubt it's going to happen with the amount of players we hope that can fall there. To then trade down and hope they fall even further. I think it's pretty risky, but it should be interesting, man.
Yeah, it should. So my final question for you, man, you look at this situation. We're sitting now at 23. Who is your final prediction for who the Jets will select at 23, my man?
I'm going to go with Tevin Jenkins. I think that's going to be our pick.
Okay. I respect that. Tevin Jenkins. Let's talk about it. Go ahead.
And then long-term right tackle.
Okay, so you want to put him at right tackle. Actually, before I let you go, let me ask you one more, because I know
guard at first.
Yeah, me and you, we go back and forth quite a bit. This Aaron Rodgers situation, man, was getting nasty. You seen it. A lot of stuff going on right now. A lot of thoughts out there. Before we took Zach Wilson, there was a lot of Jets fans saying, listen, I don't give a damn about whoever's coming out at this point. All full steam ahead for Aaron Rodgers. No doubt in my mind we need to take him. What are your thoughts about that? Would you have rather the New York Jets traded for Aaron Rodgers versus taking Zach Wilson in the draft?
Absolutely not, man. Aaron Rodgers is probably second best quarterback in the league, if not the best, but we're not in that position, man. That's a win-now move. The dude's 37, and he's still phenomenal. I know he just won an MVP, but also you're gonna have to pay him $45 million a year.
I think it's $37 million this year, guaranteed.
The luxury of having the rookie contract just goes out the window. So yeah, no, people who thought it was actually gonna happen. Like the same thing with the whole Watson thing. Joe Douglas likes his draft picks. He's going to keep him. He's definitely not trading for a guy who's 37. You know, all mad respect to Aaron Rodgers. He's phenomenal, man. But he's not a great fit for the Jets.
Okay.
If we were close to winning the Super Bowl, then yes, but we're not.
Okay. Well, listen, E-Man, I got to get back to these lines, my man. Salute to you. I want to thank you for calling in. I'm going to have another show. You know what I'm saying? Tomorrow we're going to watch the round 2s and 3s. You know, we're going to see what's happening. So I want to hear from you then, too. All right, my friend?
Absolutely, man. I'll make sure I'll call in.
All right. You have a good night, man.
Yeah, you too, man.
Listen, E calling in with the fire. I ain't going to lie to you. He called in with the straight fire. You know, there's a lot of Jets fans hyped up about Zach Wilson, and I am as well. You know, as again, like we were saying, as I was on the call with E, man, there was more picks coming in. Jamar Chase is now a Cincinnati Bengal. He's now playing for the Bengals. Listen, Joe Burrow, those boys out there putting it together. Joe Burrow, especially before he went down with that injury, is looking phenomenal, man. He looked phenomenal. Very smooth, calm, quiet in the pocket. Can get it done. Was getting the ball out of his hands quickly. I loved it. So he gets another weapon in Jamar Chase. We'll see if they address their offensive line issues. Jalen Waddle as well, going to the Dolphins, man. Going to the Dolphins, dude. You know what I'm saying? Dolphins got that 6th pick from Philly, and they made good on it. So they get themselves a weapon as well. He's going to be in the AFC East. We're going to have to defend against him, man. Jalen Waddle is one hell of a wide receiver. We'll see if it translates to the NFL. That kid's got it. that's got it. So we're going to get back to these lines again. 515-602-9639. 515-602-9639. Call in, man. We talking Jets. We talking NFL draft. We talking about what's going on. We talking about the Jets selecting, you know what I'm saying, Zach Wilson at 2. We're fired up, man. We fired up. I ain't gonna lie to you. We're fired up. So we're going to keep going. We're going to get to these lines. I'm going to my guy. I think this is my guy, Gino, man. I think this is my guy, Gino, 845. Salute to you, Gino. Good to speak to you tonight. Thank you for calling in. Right off the bat, man, what are your thoughts about the New York Jets selecting Zach Wilson at number 2? $845, Gino?
Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Oh, snap. Yeah, I thought I'm not Gino.
But,
yeah.
I'm sorry. 845.
Man.
Go ahead. I apologize. Thank you for calling in tonight. What are your thoughts about this draft, man?
Yeah, absolutely thrilled with the pick, Zach Wilson, man. I think that he has the potential to be the best quarterback of this draft, and I look forward to seeing him in the white and green. I'm really excited. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling excited. I'm a big Fields guy, and we're seeing where he's gonna go because I was shocked that the Niners passed on him, but it kind of is what it is there. So we're seeing him kind of move down the board a little bit. Probably Denver might take him, but I was a big Fields guy, but I like Zach Wilson as well. I think he has talent. That arm strength that he shows, I think is solid. I think he can come in here and do some things. But for me, there's just a couple questions for me. One of them is durability.
Okay.
We saw the injury. There's a lot of injury concerns about him, and that's what I want to ask you is, what are your thoughts about that? Does that concern you as well coming into the situation with the New York Jets?
Yeah, if the injury was that he was injured now, and we didn't see his production that we saw last year, then I wouldn't have concerns. But we saw production after the injury and the surgery he had. He came out of that injury and produced and kind of like soared last year and really popped on the scene. And he had a 73 completion rate and all that stuff. I will see that he took a huge leap. So when it comes to the injury, I know it's a concern, and absolutely, I do think that we should definitely think about that when taking any player. But definitely, with what he produced last year, I think he looked sharp to me. Mm-hmm. So I'm fine with that. My only concern with him was the level of competition and if he's going to take too many risks in the NFL. So we'll see if he can, but that's something that we can teach him up and maybe get down the slide when he not get hit, and on top of that, making the right play when it comes to not taking so many risks. I know he's improviser, which I love. I want that. Mm-hmm. But if sometimes in the NFL, things that he pulled off might not be able to work, with the defenders that we have in the NFL. So that's the only concern I have. If he doesn't throw too many picks in the first year, which is what I'm going to keep an eye on is what his pick count this year is. If his pick count is like somewhere in the 15s and above, then it's like, all right, we got something that he really needs to work on this. But if it's something that's low, if he's in the single digits, then I think we might have our franchise quarterback, and that's what I'm going to keep my eye on.
Okay. And I can respect that. Now, when you look at the situation as well, because you talked about the pick count, you talked about the durability, some of the chances that you've seen him take, and I completely agree with you. If he takes some of those chances that we saw him take in college, those will be interceptions, especially some of that film that people were rolling out, trying to show it as his highlights. Dude, you do some of that stuff in the NFL, it's a wrap. That's an interception. You know what I'm saying? Because you're playing the elite of elite guys. But for me, there's another, element to being a quarterback. You got to be a leader. And I know that there were some people that questioned his leadership from time to time with the team captain stuff and all those things. Now you're looking at the situation. He's coming in with the Jets. Do you believe that he'll be able to step into this locker room and truly gain the respect and be a full-time leader for this football team?
And that's a good question. He looks like he's 17 years old. Yeah. So you guys don't have many guys.
He look like he's going to prom.
But what I would say is he seems humble, and I think that when people will recognize real. So if you're humble and you're coming in there like, hey, listen, I want to learn, and I'm going to be here for my teammates and try to get to know everybody, like he said on the podium when he was up there, then he mentioned getting to know his teammates up there. So I haven't heard anything bad from him yet. Yeah. One thing, Darnold, is that when I hear him talk, sometimes he seemed like he didn't know quite have his confidence. He didn't know. He's like, you got a lot of ums and ahs. But Zach Wilson, he just himself. He just talks and he's like, hey, I'm learning. And I saw even when I think I watched an interview with him and like Steve Young, and he's asking him like, what does it take to be like a quarterback, a good quarterback? You know, no matter where you go. He's a kid who's definitely has the mentality of trying to improve. He knows he's not where he needs to be completely. He's not overconfident. He's trying to come in with a humble beginnings. And when it comes to the New York market, you know, at this point, I'm even fed up with the New York market. I think I'm fed up with the media, period. Like, they just kind of killed the Jets, period. If he can just quiet that noise and just focus on what's inside the building at, you know, One Jets Drive, and he just focus on what he needs to do for the team, which I think him and Robert Saleh are now tied at the hip, which I think is a benefit. You know, him and Robert Saleh is going to rely on each other for the success of both of their careers for the future. And I think that's going to tie them at the hip to make this team what it needs to be, and they're going to put in the work. So when it comes to leadership, it goes all the way up to the top. But definitely Zach Wilson seems like the type of person to do his job and do it well and be honest and be authentic.
Yeah. Look, I respect that. Now, listen, there was a lot of fans that once this Aaron Rodgers stuff started coming out, they said, listen, I don't give a crap who is coming out this year. All that Trevor Lawrence talk, throw that away. I don't ever want to hear about that guy again. I don't know who this Fields guy is. Wilson, who is that? Oh, I know Russell Wilson. I don't know any other Wilson. Oh, you know, I don't know anything about that. This guy, Aaron Rodgers, is on the market. I had people immediately coming in my DM saying, Joe, come on, bruh. The Jets need to make a move. They need to get Aaron Rodgers. Now you're looking at this situation. Are you saying to yourself that, do you think, you know, that you would have rather have had the Jets trade for Aaron Rodgers versus drafting Zach Wilson? Is that something that you're thinking?
Yeah, I commented on your video, and I'm going to say it again. Like, I'm tempted. I'm not even going to lie. I am definitely tempted to go get the reigning MVP. But with where we're at, the Jets, it's just not the wisest decision as an organization to get Aaron Rodgers in the building, because I don't think he's going to take us to Super Bowl in 2021, because he's pretty much going to be in the same or worse position that he was in Green Bay, depending on the talent and on the team. So when it comes to that, I honestly think that we made the right decision and just going with the rookie, and then having, you know, reset the rookie contract as well. And these guys are honestly the top four. My top four quarterbacks: Lance, Wilson, Fields, and Trevor Lawrence. I wouldn't have minded any four of those guys. I know that sounds crazy, but I've watched a lot of tape of these guys, and they are all really talented. You know, I'm not saying that they're all going to be hits. They're not always going to be hits, because, you know, it depends on where you go, what's around you, and, you know, the chemistry in the building, obviously. But I think that it was the right year to pick a quarterback. I do.
You know,
and I know that was breaking news today with Aaron Rodgers. I think that's just you know, the devil on your shoulder kind of thing.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You know, you sound a little shaky, baby.
Here we go.
You sound a little shaky. I hear you. You're trying to talk yourself into it, but like you said as well, you said, I'm tempted. I ain't gonna lie. You know, I don't know what's going on. I'm feeling, you know, Aaron Rodgers out there. I like this move, you know. So, look, I hear what you're saying there.
What can you say?
Yeah, I mean, it's,
think about it at least.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's Aaron Rodgers, especially if you know, my first question would be, hey, what is the compensation? That for me would be the thing that would definitely hit there. So, my next question for you is, you look at the situation at 23. Man, what are your thoughts about that? What position group or what position do you think we should take at that pick?
Well, man, I'm glad you asked, because you asked me this question last week, and I crashed.
You did. You know, we're not gonna go back there, but you know, there was a, you know, I'm just, you know what I'm saying? You took your hands off the wheel for a second, but you know, go ahead. You know.
But I did my research. My hands are back on the wheel, and I know exactly who I want to take.
Okay.
I want to take center Landon Dickerson. I want to take Landon Dickerson because I think he's a top center in this draft.
Okay.
I think adding him solves two positions of needs on the offensive line. We put him at center. He's our new McMangold, and then we have Conor McGovern move over to guard, and we kind of have hit George Fant on the right as a right tackle. And at that point, I have 4 people on our line that I'm really confident in.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have the other guard spot where I'm not so confident, but Alex Lewis, I think, is on that side. It should work, with all those. Obviously, it's not the stone wall, but I think that we can have enough time for the guy Zach Wilson to make some spectacular plays.
Okay, yeah, I respect that. And like you said, you took a crash, but this week your hand's back on the wheel, man. I respect that. I respect it. Give him a hand. Give him a hand. Yeah, like you said, you redeemed yourself.
I have to come correct. I have to redeem myself.
Yeah, no, and that's
obviously if Kevin Jenkins or Elijah VERA-TUCKER, if they drop, then you take one of those guys. But I don't think they're going to be there around that time.
Yeah. I don't think they're going to be there, like you said. I mean, I'll tell you what, VERA-TUCKER might be there. There's a lot of talk about him possibly being there. But I don't know. Minnesota, I think, is a team that is definitely going to be interested. Yeah, definitely going to be interested in taking him. So you look at the situation for you, Landon Dickerson. Is there any way in your mind that you could see the New York Jets possibly packaging picks to trade up to get a player?
I could see it, man. Joe Douglas seems like a guy who, if he spots a guy he wants, he might just make the move. I think he's a guy who values picks, and he has a lot of picks right now between the next 2 years, so he has the option to do it. He says he's a guy of me that he's like, listen, I want that guy. I don't want to settle, and I want to get him on our team now. Then he can go ahead and pull the trigger, and I don't mind it, So that's definitely an option, So it's always an option. Especially with the amount of picks we have, it's definitely something that I wouldn't be surprised to see. If he wants to go up and get AVT, then hey, I'm totally for it. Depends on what the conversation is to move up, obviously. But I don't want to give up a first for next year or something like that. But if we're trading first and giving him something like a late second, then cool, and then we move up, we get a pick that's later on in the draft, and they add a second round pick to their squad, and we move up to get something off the lineman that we need or something like that, then I'm totally down for it.
Okay. And so my final question for you, before I let you go, you look at this situation here, like you talked about offensive line necessarily help. There's a lot of things that's going to come up. We're going to see what the Jets do at 23, but there's some players that have been taken, that shocked a lot of people. Where do you think that Justin Fields goes at this point, man? Because everybody was saying Niners, and he, they ended up selecting Trey Lance. Where does he go now in your brain?
Yeah, it's crazy, man. I wouldn't have minded if we took him, honestly, a couple of months ago. Obviously, we won Zach Wilson. Right now, it's pick 9 with Denver. If Denver doesn't take him, then I don't know what they're doing. I don't think Drew Lock's it. I really don't. On top of that, I believe there's I just hope he doesn't go to the New England Patriots. That's all I care about. Just don't go to the Patriots. He's going to be special.
All right, well,
he's going to be special, so let's hope that he doesn't go there.
Yeah, well, we'll see where he goes. Listen, man, I want to thank you for calling in. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to have a show as well tomorrow. I can't wait to hear from you again, my friend. You have a good night.
You too. Take care. Go Jets.
All right, you have a good one. Let's see. Listen, we got callers, man. Again, 515-602-9639, 515-602-9639. Call in. You know what I'm saying? I'm taking all callers. I want to hear from everybody. The draft is moving and grooving. There's so much things going on. We took Zach Wilson at 2. And I like the pick. I like what we did here. You look at the situation with Zach. This is a kid that's coming in, and there's going to be a lot of expectations on him. A lot of things that, he's going to have to prove there. You look at the situation, you're coming into New York, there's a lot of pressure. I'm talking about a lot of pressure. And I know that there's a lot of Jets fans that are going to pretend or act like they don't care or that, he's going to have a time. But I tell you what, second he steps in, if he throws an interception early or something like that, you're going to see this fan base get all over him. I'm just hoping that he has, again, with Sulla here, offensive coordinator LaFleur, they need to make sure they surround him and let him know, hey, look, we in the foxhole with you. That's what I want to see. Again, this is Joe Douglas's guy, man. This is Joe Douglas's guy. This is his stamp on the franchise, man. Point blank, period. You look at this board now, man. There's so many good players still left. So many guys, man. Trey Lance, going to San Francisco, that really shocked me. I really thought that Fields, that would be his landing spot. Love the selection by the Falcons taking Kyle Pitts. I think he's going to go in there and just be an absolute weapon, there on offense for them. He's just going to light things up. Jamar Chase with the Bengals. I think that was a phenomenal selection. Wondering about what they're going to do along their offensive line, though, man. There's some question marks, especially Joe Burrow coming back off that injury caused by a hit. They got to make sure that they get him protected because he's one heck of a QB. But I tell you what, this weapon right here in Chase is going to be something else. I think this kid's going to be phenomenal in the league. He's just too good, just too good. And Jalen Waddle going to the Dolphins at 6. That was quite a move for them as well. We saw the Dolphins make quite a bit of moves this offseason. Quite a bit of moves before the draft, moving up and down the board, really solidified themselves. They were, a part of that trade with the Niners. And they're continuing to get talent in the building and also continuing to build for the future with that talent. So we'll see what happens with them. But this kid's going to be in the AFC East, and boy, oh boy, are we going to have our hands full ensuring that he is covered. There's going to be some issues there. We're going to see what happens going forward. Now, Penei Sewell ends up landing with the Lions at 7. That's big for them. He's going to come in. A lot of people say he's going to be a right tackle, left tackle, whatever. A lot of people saying he's a generational tackle. He's a generational offensive lineman. So we'll see what he does when he steps in. I thought he would go a little bit earlier than 7, but I'll tell you what, the Lions got themselves some protection for Goff. That guy's coming in, and he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. He is a monster, a mauler. He's a guy, I'm telling you, in the run game, you're getting beat up. You're getting shut down. Pretty nimble in the passing game as well. He gets out, man. Really, really like that selection for the Lions. Very solid move for them. J.C. Horn, a corner from South Carolina, goes to the Panthers. That was a solid move for them as well. And then you get Patrick Surtain the second, from Alabama, going to the Broncos, which I'm shocked about as well, too. You would think that Fields would go there to the Broncos. What's going on? This kid's just sliding down the board. So we'll see. We'll continue to talk about this draft as it continues on. We'll continue talking about the New York Jets as well and their needs. I'm going to get back to these lines again. No matter where you're watching me, please give my streams a thumbs up, subscribe. Please turn on your notifications as well for my stream. And, call in 515-602-9639. 515-602-9639 is the number you can call in, and we can talk about the draft while it is going on live. The New York Jets have selected Zach Wilson at 2, and I want to hear from everybody, all right? So we're going to get back to these lines. Again, salute to everybody that's watching me as well. All the savages in the chat, salute to y'all, man. Love talking to y'all. We're definitely going to go back and forth in there as well, but we're going to get to these lines. 908. I'm coming directly to you, my friend. 908. Give me your number, where you're from, or give me your name, where you're from. And how are you feeling about the New York Jets selecting Zach Wilson at 2?
Yo, what's going on?
What's going on, my man? Give me your name, where you're from.
My name is Mickey. I've called this show a couple of times. I got a new phone number.
Oh, okay. Well, it's good to talk to you, my friend. Again, thank you for calling in. Give me your thoughts, man. Zach Wilson at 2. How are you feeling about it? Is this the guy that you wanted the New York Jets to draft?
Well, first things first, I got to apologize. I was the previous 908 number, but I have an ear infection, and I couldn't hear the beep when it was my turn.
Oh, it's okay.
So technically, as the first overall
Go ahead.
As the first overall draft pick in your NFL draft streaming thing, from first overall to the second overall pick, I personally wanted Justin Fields. I didn't think, I thought there was a lot of stuff, kind of reminded me of Lamar Jackson, of how, he was this great prospect, but as soon as the draft came around, there's, oh, no, I don't know about this. I don't really know about that. But, these are professional football scouts. They know more about the game than I do. And if they're saying that Zach Wilson's the guy, then I'm rolling with Zach Wilson.
Okay. So when you look at Zach Wilson now that he's here, I know, again, you were a big Fields guy. What about Zach Wilson? What do you think is the best trait that he has that's going to propel him to be successful, with the New York Jets and the NFL?
All right, so I have a quasi-controversial theory on this one, but I've thought it out, and once I've thought it out and I put it out into the universe, I can't be swayed that I'm wrong with this.
Okay.
So I need you to kind of go with me on this one. So the reason why I think Zach Wilson's going to be a good pick for the Jets is because he looks like literally every popular jock villain in every 90s teen movie I've ever seen in my entire life. Those guys. Hold on a second. I'm being serious. Those guys in the movies are always good at everything. Those guys that get the cutest girls in school, they're the most popular guys. You know, the guy looks like a real life Ken doll. Mm-hmm. They're good at everything. So, if history serves us correctly, and we follow the movies that we've watched our whole lives, I know I'm not the only person that's seen these movies, he's going to succeed for the Jets.
Okay. Okay. Well, you know, look, I respect your take there. But, you know, a lot of people, a lot of people, what they look at when they see him, especially, and you know, I know you say he looks like, you know, one of those successful athletes from the movies, but he's got real arm talent. This guy's phenomenal. I mean, he can throw the football around quite a bit. Now, there is some question marks about the level of competition that he played against. You look at that situation. I know there's a lot of people that kind of get after him with that. But I'll tell you what, you look at the situation here, you know, he's going to be able to come here and really whip the football around. I'm just wondering about, you know, him kind of throttling back a bit and not taking so many chances. I don't want to see him do some of the things that, you know, we saw him do it in college, because some of those footballs, a lot of the tape that people play about him and they rave about, let me tell you something, a lot of that stuff in the NFL is an interception. So he cannot do those things. So now moving forward, I know you probably heard about the Aaron Rodgers thing that was going on, man. This guy looks like he does not want to play for the Packers at all ever again. What are your thoughts about that situation? And would you have rather us traded for Aaron Rodgers versus drafting Zach Wilson?
I've rathered. Well, first things first. I think Aaron Rodgers has every reason to be upset with the Green Bay Packers. Mm-hmm. If you want to take away the millions of dollars he's made and the famous women that he's dated, because of being the face of the Green Bay Packers or whatever, the accolades or whatever, with the amount of talent he has at being a quarterback, it really should have been a dynasty in Green Bay. Like, he shouldn't just have one Super Bowl to his resume, and that really just becomes, I guess it's just their incompetence. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's what it is, but there really should have been enough around them to be like, hey, you know, we could rival the Patriots because we have that once-in-a-lifetime talent. Mm-hmm. And it's just never panned out at all. So he's like, what, 37 now or whatever? He's hosting Jeopardy, killing it on there. Mm-hmm. He has every right to be like, you know what, I don't need this. You know, I want to win. I'm a competitor. I don't see Aaron Rodgers in his late 30s getting on the football field just for the love of the game anymore. It's last call. Like, are you going to get another drink or what? So he has every reason to be upset with the franchise for consistently over the past couple of decades not providing him what he's needed to get them, you know, get the franchise what they want. Mm-hmm. So I think he has every reason to be upset with them. Do I think the Jets have traded for him? I mean, I don't think there's, as weird as it sounds, I still believe that there's some players in the league that are you can't trade for. Mm-hmm. I mean, what could you possibly give for an Aaron Rodgers if the Packers still want him? And of course they do.
Yeah.
So was it going to be our first round picks for the next decade, or, you know, first and seconds, and like $5 out of every check I get for the next 2 years? Like, what could we possibly give them to get Aaron Rodgers? The guy is, I think, the best quarterback in the league, and whatever we give up for him, he's still being coming to the team that we currently have. Mm-hmm. So, as much as it sounds like a great thing, the only way that we could possibly get him is in free agency, and he will have to want to come to the New York Jets, which is a pretty hilarious idea in itself. So,
yeah, you know, to me, I looked at the situation like you said as well. I was concerned about the compensation. If the Jets were going to go that way, I wasn't like all sold in and all over it. But I tell you what, you know, Aaron Rodgers is phenomenal, and even though he's 37, still at that age, we see that. Yeah, he's you know, he's a Hall of Famer right now, and in my mind, he's one of the greatest quarterbacks of our era. To be completely honest, the guy can do everything, and he's one of the few quarterbacks in this league that can cover up for all the issues that you may have offensively. I mean, it's very few of them in this league. It's
A
like
lot of
him.
quarterbacks.
Go ahead.
Here's a rock solid one. You can take this to the bank. You can put it on a T-shirt.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of quarterbacks can throw for 50 touchdowns in a season.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of quarterbacks can throw for 5,000 yards in a season. But how many quarterbacks can play a full season of football and then host Jeopardy?
Yeah.
Huh? Come on, think about that.
That's
Think about it.
Not many. So
Really
when you
think
look
about
at the situation at 23, who are you taking, man?
I would honestly, I mean, it doesn't really make any sense to think of a specific player who I'd pick at 23 because this draft has been kind of weird so far.
Mm-hmm.
Justin Fields, I think, is still on the board. I don't know. I haven't looked at the TV. I'm in the other room.
Yeah, he's still on the board.
I think we need to go with offensive line. I know everyone seems to be really happy about getting Zach Wilson in here, thinking that he's going to do some kind of miracle thing or whatever that the jocks do in the movies. But, he's still coming to the team that Sam played for last year, and Sam was running for his life for majority of the season. So, all right, we got the quarterback I guess we needed, but we really need to get him some protection if he's going to be the future. He's actually kind of a small dude. Like, looking at his tape, he looks like he's about a $125 soaking wet. So I wouldn't want, like, Aaron Donald suplexing him on the field and, putting him on a stretcher or something.
Mm-hmm.
I really think we should focus on offensive line. Maybe the next 2 picks should be offensive line, but, I mean, I don't know how deep this class truly is when it comes to offensive linemen once it gets that far. I've only really been looking at stuff for the top, 15 picks, to be honest.
Okay.
But offensive line is what I'm thinking.
Yeah. So, is there an offensive lineman in particular you'd like them to target? A lot of people talk about VERA-TUCKER. Some people have come on and talked about Landon Dickinson. There's, Tevin Jenkins. There's a lot of names out there. Who exactly would you like to see the Jets take?
I mean, honestly, none of them, it's the offensive lineman position is such a weird, position for me personally to judge whether someone's really good at it or not, because it just looks like they're stopping pass rushers and they're opening up lanes and everything, but they're really just it just looks like they're bodying people. It's hard for me to look at technique from that position. So unless it's like a top 5 or top 15 prospect, I personally don't have the eye to be like, oh, well, this guy is definitely better than this guy. This guy's a little sloppy here, whatever, yada, yada, yada. So I'm not going to come on your show and lie to all YouTube and your listeners and pretend like I have any idea of what they're doing. But I do know that there are professionals within our organization whose job is to specifically look for guys that know what they're doing on the offensive line. So really, it doesn't really matter to me as long as they realize that this is a position that we need to address.
Yeah. And I'm right there with you. And so my final question before I let you go, man, as you look at this situation, is there any, and I know we talked about offensive line, but is there any way that you could see the New York Jets taking a defensive player, maybe taking a corner at 23?
Honestly, I feel like the Jets have picked a defensive player in the first round for most of my adult life. Every year, no matter how bad or marginal our offensive, we always go defense. It's like, oh, well, defense wins championships and everything. But I think if we're really rebuilding this team, we need to kind of get out of this idea that we only drafted for the defense. I think that, we've gone with this new quarterback, hopefully go with the O-lineman. I think we really need to focus some of those top early draft picks on the offense, because if you look at our offense for the past couple of years, it looks like Mickey's lining up at wide receiver. Mickey's lining up at running back. Mickey's playing tight end.
Yeah, there's definitely been some issues.
Where you're drafting guys in the 5th, 6th, 7th round, not saying that there's no talent in those rounds, but when you're drafting late in the round for your offense, and then you get them on the field, and it looks, I can't think of anyone off the top of my head that played for us last season.
Yeah.
And I watched 10 games last season, so I think it's time for us to maybe shift it around a little bit a lot of the defensive players we've been taking haven't been hitting anyway.
Mm-hmm.
If we're going to rebuild, we really need to start breaking our bad habits. And Rex Ryan is no longer our head coach, so I don't know why everyone has this obsession with the defense. Let's start. If this Joe Douglas guy is the savior, the genius that everyone thinks he is, let's him do something different. I'm still not sold on the guy.
Yeah.
I want him to succeed, but all right, you got your quarterback now. Let's see what you're going to do.
Yeah. Looks like Mickey, I'm right there with you, man. We'll see what he's going to do. Like you said, he's got his quarterback. So, listen, Mickey, I want to thank you for calling in, my friend. Next time I have a show, I want to hear from you, all right? It's always great to hear from you, and you're a hell of a jokester, man. I love it.
Hey, man, I try to keep it real, and I try to keep it realistic.
Absolutely.
First overall draft pick of your call today. I just want to say that one more time for everyone.
Salute.
I was the first pick. It was a moonlight situation. You picked up the wrong call. I was number one. I just wanted to say that. And last time, you guys be safe. Wear your mask. Practice social distancing. You have a good rest of your life, sure, man.
You have a good one. Thank you so much, Mickey. Listen. Listen, salutes. I want to thank Mickey for calling in as well. He's always, man, super sarcastic. I love that guy. He's got great comedic sense. But we're getting back to this draft, man. Listen, the Jets have made a move here. They've gotten their guy in Zach Wilson. The board is still playing out here. We're starting to really see some things happen. Before we had Mickey call in, we had just talked about how Patrick Surtain II had been taken by the Broncos. But then, boom, you turn around and the Eagles and Cowboys make a trade. Wow. The Eagles and Cowboys make a trade. The Cowboys get the 12th pick. The Eagles move up in 10th, and they take Devontae Smith. Now, let me tell you something. Woo! This is a kid that can fly, all right? We saw this dude at Alabama, lighting it up. A lot of people thought his frame was a little slight, that he's a little too light in the pants to really be successful in this league. There were some analysts that were saying that was a knock on him. Let me tell you something. You see this dude on the field against top competition, like we saw at Alabama. He didn't look nothing like that. That dude looked like he was ready to go, okay? And he was lighting people up. He had a game. You look at these bowl games that they were in, he had a game. He was just doing his thing, okay? That guy was a complete monster. So I like, Devontae going to the Eagles. He's going to be paired with the young quarterback that they have there because they've moved on from Carson Wentz. And let me tell you, he's going to be a burner at this level. That guy is phenomenal. I really, really like that pick for the Eagles, and they're doing their thing. And it's interesting, again, that, the Cowboys made that trade with them because, division rivals. I know that they get into it all the time, doing their thing. So, the Eagles made sure they can move up and handle business. But again, we're looking at the draft now. There was a lot of names out there, a lot of things flying around, right? A lot of people saying, hey, Mac Jones, definitely going to the Niners. Not happening. Justin Fields, there was a lot of people saying that he was for sure going to be a Niner. Not happening. Both of those guys still on the board right now. We're at our 11th pick. Chicago's there. We're trying to see what's going to happen, man. This is very, very interesting. It's very interesting to see how the board has played out. It's very interesting to see these guys make their moves and make their picks. So again, 515-602-9639, 515-602-9639. Call in. I want to hear from everybody. I want to get everyone's thoughts on this Zach Wilson take. How do you feel about him being the New York Jets quarterback now? What are your thoughts about, what he's stepping into? Do you believe that he can be successful here? Have we surrounded him with enough so far? Do you think that we'll be able to get him more protection in his draft? I want to hear from people. So I'm going to go to the chat really quickly. Salute to everybody that's watching me, no matter where you're watching me from. Please take the time to subscribe to the stream. Turn on your notifications wherever you're watching me from. Give my stream a thumbs up. Share my stream as well, please, with your friends, family, everybody. You know what I'm saying? I want to talk to everybody about the Jets. I want to talk to everybody about football. I want to hear from y'all. You know what I'm saying? So you look at this situation. I'm going to the chat. Salute to the chat as well. If this is your first time listening to me, I live stream during my chat, so I call my chat the Savages. Why? They are savage. They're completely savage, okay? And they don't let up. It doesn't matter who your take is. They'll get after you. J.E. in the chat says, I want Xavier Collins. Look, I respect that take, J.E. I know there's a lot of people that are looking for the Jets to take Xavier Collins. at 23. Some people say, hey, we need edge. That's a guy that can get after it, man. That's a guy that can absolutely get after it. So there's an option. There's definitely a way that we could actually end up taking him. Maybe some of the linemen that we want are gone. So there's definitely an option there for us to take him too. I know a lot of people have talked about Jalen Phillips there at 23, Russo, excuse me, there at 23 as well. So, he could be there. And if he's there, maybe the Jets take him. But again, I think you look at the situation, you got to address the offensive line at some point. And if ATV is not there, if Tevin Jenkins is not there, it's going to be tough, man. Pick is in for the Bears right now, sitting at 11. And the Bears take Justin Fields. Wow, okay. Justin Fields is going to be a Chicago Bear. Wow, this guy was sliding down the board. He slid right to the Bears. They get themselves a quarterback. Wow. You look at this situation, the Bears have put themselves in quite a situation here. Quite a situation. I like this pick for the Bears. I really, really do. I think he's going to be able to come in and do some things immediately off the bat. I think a lot of people, I'm telling you, I slept on Justin Fields, man. I really, really do. You look at the situation, he's coming into the Bears. He's going to be able to put on. I really like this move for the Bears. I really, really do. And I think he's set up there. Allen Robinson is there. He's going to have some targets to throw to. So here's a guy that we were in the mix. A lot of people were talking about. A lot of analysts were saying we were in the mix for, that we were absolutely going to get. And then boom, you see what happens. He ends up going, to the Bears, sliding down the board a bit. Mac Jones still on the board as well. A lot of people thought that he would go, before Justin Fields too. So Justin Fields to the Bears, man. This is crazy. This draft is turning out pretty crazy. So a lot to talk about. But man, we'll see how the Jets continue to play things out. So I'm going to go ahead out and close this show out. Man, we got a lot of reactions about what happened with Zach Wilson. Taking him second overall. Solid move. This was reported quite a bit. A lot of people were saying, hey, we were in love with the quarterback from BYU pretty much from the very beginning, especially when we were out of it with Trevor Lawrence. And now, Zach is a Jet. He's a Jet, man. And I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it, man. I'm really, really feeling it. He's coming into a situation where, dude, if he can lead us, if he can make this team a winner, if he can pull off, what we need him to pull off for this franchise, bro, we're going to be in an amazing situation. A really, really amazing situation. We really will be. Because we need it, man. We need a leader. We need somebody that's going to take this franchise by the reins and really get it together. And I think that he's going to be able to do that. He's going to be able to do that. And he's got, again, in Joe Douglas we trust. You got Joe Douglas in the building. Here we are. You know what I'm saying? Here we are. So Joe Douglas has made his mark on the franchise. He's brought his guy in. And now we're going to see how things perform. See how he finishes out the rest of this draft as well. Figuring out a way to protect this guy too. So there's going to be a lot to discuss, man. A lot to discuss going forward. Again, I want to thank everybody for listening, no matter where you're listening to me from. It's always greatly appreciated going back and forth with a lot of Jets fans. So listen, I am the man of the people. I'm here for the people. Let me shamelessly promote my Facebook page. Everyone go on Facebook, search The Long Beach Joe Show. Like that page. My content's up there. Go ahead and give it a listen. Message me. I'll message you right back. I love going back and forth with folks about this football team. Also, leave me some feedback. I love hearing about what you folks think I do here on The Long Beach Joe Show. I'm also on Twitter as well at YoungJ000. That's 3 zeros. Go ahead and follow me. I'll follow you right back. Love going back and forth with people. You want to troll me? No issues. I am the troll that lives under the bridge, okay? And I will troll you right back with no problem whatsoever. No problem. I'll troll you right back. No issues, okay? And I will have my Mekhi Becton jersey on, all right? I'm also on YouTube as well at The Long Beach Joe Show. The Long Beach Joe Show on YouTube. You can also find it at Long Beach Joe Jets on YouTube. Long Beach Joe Jets. Go ahead and subscribe, turn on your notifications, like my videos. You know what I'm saying? And you want to troll me, no issues. I'll troll you right back in the comments on there as well. We can go back and forth. And as always, people, when you see me in person, it is arms out, chest open, free hugs for everyone. Free hugs for everyone, all right? No matter what anyone tells you, the hugs will remain free. So you folks have a good one. Peace. 1 second, folks. was a show. All right, everybody can hear me, right? Everything's good? Okay. Everybody can hear me. Yeah, I wanted to make sure I wanted to give everybody their chances to really get in, to hear their takes on just the second pick right there. That was a good show. But we're going to continue to live stream. We're going to continue to talk about what we got going on here. Man, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. You look at this situation. Jay Johnson, salute to you. Good to see you in here, my man. Good to see you in here. Jay Johnson says, Joe, what up? What up, Savages? What's going on, my man? He says, I'm glad you're taking the high road about Zach. I'm upset. Here's the deal. I'm not upset because, again, this was reported a lot. I was more shocked that Justin Fields is sliding to where he's sliding at this point, or where he slid. I was kind of shocked that he would go to 11, but I'm not as upset if this is the guy that he wants to go with. Again, I'm a big Fields guy. If Zach Wilson is the guy, then hey, he's in the building. You know what I'm saying? He's in the building. And we'll see, what they do going forward, because got to put it together, man. We've got to put it together. This kid is, he's coming in, and he's going to have, the franchise at his fingertips. We'll only go as far as he takes us. Absolutely. But I know that there are some Jets fans that are upset. I know that. I've heard from them. my DMs, going off. People going back and forth, but, we'll see what happens. Jay Johnson says, I'm going to ride with him, but he got to show me. I haven't seen nothing. That's true. That's true. That, I definitely hear you there. I look at the situation, and the thing that concerns me is the lack of competition. That's what concerns me. It's the lack of competition. The competition it's not as high as a guy like Fields or even, Trevor Lawrence. Not there. So I do understand those that would be like, man, he hasn't really played much of anybody. I understand that. I get that take. I really, really do. So, yeah, I hear you there, Jay. I'm riding with you. I'm right there with you. So now it looks like, hey, man, the Cowboys get Micah Parsons. They get themselves an inside linebacker. Dallas needed that. Dallas gets Micah at 12. They get him at 12. Salute to the Dallas Cowboys. They get themselves an inside linebacker. That's big for them. They needed that. They really, really did. They needed some help there. You know what I'm saying? So salutes to them. Good look on them, getting their situation together defensively, because they needed some defensive help. Whew, did they need some defensive help? Yeah, so Cowboys made the move. They were able to trade down and still continue to address needs for their football team. I like that. I like that a lot. So Jay says, and his glass jaw. Yeah, there's some people that talk about his his injury history, and that is definitely something that's going to play into part as well. They talk about how, he has issues staying healthy, especially in the past. That shoulder has been, that labrum, it had been bothering him for quite a long time. You know what I'm saying? That's big. So yeah, I understand the durability concerns. They are there. They are absolutely there. So yeah, for sure. For sure, I see that. I mean, but again, Joe Douglas takes them even with all those concerns. With all those concerns, still takes them. And, again, that's his handprint. That's his imprint on the franchise. That's his imprint on the franchise. We'll continue to see what happens going forward with it. I'm just hoping that he can stay together, stay healthy, and be able to go out there and produce for us, because that's going to be really, really big. Really big for us. Really, really big for us. So, yep. I'll tell you what, Joe Douglas, this is his guy. This is his guy, man. This is his guy. This is his guy. I'm excited to see, man. I'm excited to see what's going to happen, because I'm telling you, I remember the night that we drafted Sam like it was yesterday. I remember it. I remember us rejoicing. I'm talking about this entire fan. I've never seen the fan base so connected and so like all of one mindset. There was no fan No fan, at least that I came in contact with at all, for not even that night, but the weeks after, there was no fan that was like, oh man, he was a bum. I didn't really see that at all. But, you know, it was a good move, man. It was a good move. Cowboys get Mekhi Parsons. I like that move, man. I like that move for them. I really do, because that defense was struggling. That defense was struggling last year. Jay Johnson says, I was mad then, too. You was mad when we picked Sam, too, Jay? Who did you want? Who did you want in that draft? I was big Lamar Jackson because I didn't think we were going to get Sam. You know, I'm an SC guy, so I watched him. I didn't think we were going to get Sam Darnold. I didn't. I thought that we were going to be way out of the running, like that we were never going to be able to get him. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just didn't think it was going to happen at all. So that's why it was just like out of my mind. But I was really big on Lamar Jackson. I really liked him. I'd actually wanted us to take him before we traded up, before we gave those 2 second rounders and traded up. I think, who were we at? I want to say we were at 7. Were we at 7? Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Let me look this up. I think we were sitting at 7 before we traded up. We were sitting maybe it was like 6, 7, or 5 or something like that. Let me see here. And I was saying, hey, I think, you know, Lamar Jackson is going to be there. You know, why don't we just take him there? You know, why don't we just take him right there, because he's going to be there. And then I'm telling you, I thought that, and, you know, I don't want to put too much on it, but especially when you look at the situation, a lot of people, man, looked at Lamar like, dude, he is going to be the second coming of Michael Vick. And I, you know, especially growing up watching him, like, but just watching Lamar, the way that he was so unbelievably athletic. Just the things that he could do, his speed, just everything, how he would take off. But it wasn't just that with him. I watched him there, you know, in Louisville. That guy had an arm. That guy had an arm on him. And I think a lot of people just, you know, they just weren't buying in. There were a lot of people saying that he should be a damn wide receiver at the next level. I just did not believe that. I didn't believe it at all. So, man, it's insanity. So, you know, we'll see, man. We will see. Jay Johnson says, this pick right here is kind of like deja vu. Like, Sam didn't really show nothing. I'm going to say he didn't show nothing. Sam was pretty damn good at SC. He was. And honestly, not only was he good at SC, but he was under a lot of pressure because our offensive line was terrible. It was terrible. Our offensive line was so bad. Unbelievable. That's why I didn't like Chuma. When we took Chuma Edoga, people were like, oh, he's a great project at third. I was like, no, that guy sucks. He sucks. What you want me to say? He sucks. Completely sucks. And he sucks now. He was terrible. He was so bad. So bad. But, man, let me tell you. The Zach Wilson deal, I know that there's some fans that are very upset. But, Jay, I'll tell you what. Who do you think we take at 23, Jay? Let me know. I want to get your thoughts on that, bro. Who do you think that we take at 23? Get a lot of people's thoughts on this, man. Let me tell you. Denon, salute to you, Denon. Good to see you in here. Denon says, don't trust left-handed QBs. Denon, let me tell you something. Look, Vic was left-handed. That dude was a monster, man. That dude was a monster. And Lamar, you know, man, I'm telling you, I loved Lamar Jackson. Loved him. I thought the disrespect that he got coming out was, like, insane to me. His evaluations, how people were getting after him, it was insanity to me. I could not believe that people were saying some of the things that they were saying about him. I mean, it was insane. Some of the, it was so bad. Those evaluations were so bad. People were saying that he's going to be a wide receiver at the next. Like, come on, dude. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. It was ridiculous. But again, we've seen. He went to, you know, where he needed to go with the Ravens. put some things together, and boom, we're seeing him just light this league up. Seeing him light this league up, man. And once they continue to build around him, particularly offensively, boy, he's really doing his thing, man. Jay Johnson says, but just like Sam, I'll ride with him, just getting my negativity out now. Yeah, man, come on, let go of the negativities. Let go of the negativity, Jay. Just, you know what I'm saying, get back into yourself, take a breath, you know, we're going to be all right. We're going to see what he's got to give us. You know, don't be so down. I think, again, there's some positive traits about Zach Wilson. There's some positive things that I like about this guy. He's got a solid arm. I really like his arm talent. I really, really do. And he can move a little bit as well. We just got to see what he can provide us. And again, the offensive scheme, especially with LaFleur coming in, that new scheme, that Shanahan scheme, which is a very solid offensive system. It's one of the best offensive systems in the entire league, you know? So we'll see what happens. There's a lot to like about Zach Wilson. I think it's a solid move, man. It's a solid move. Don't worry. We'll be all right. We'll see what happens, you know? Again, I know there were other guys that you wanted. Again, I'm a big Fields guy, but we'll see what happens going forward. Denon says, I just want the top O-line guy available. That's a fact. At 23, yeah. At 23, yeah, I can see. And I think a lot of people have lost sight of things. And I that's why I don't understand when people are talking about running backs. Some people talking about tight ends. Like, I don't get it, man. I really, really don't get it. I don't understand how you're talking about running backs or tight ends when you watch the New York Jets. And the LA Chargers have now taken Rashawn Slater. Wow, okay. He was talked about a lot as well, especially being there was a lot of people that thought that Slater had a higher ceiling than Sewell. A lot of people, you know, talked about that. But I tell you what, this guy's a beast too. So he's gonna come in from Northwestern. He's gonna do his thing, man. The Chargers got themselves some solid line, and that's gonna help Herbert, because Herbert, again, that was a guy that a lot of people, you know, were down on as well. That dude came out this season and was a beast. He is so just cool, calm, and collected in the pocket. He just gets it. He finds his way. He's a guy that, you know, can move, make his plays, and he's got weapons out there too as well. You know, we know Keenan Allen and all those boys, Mike Williams as well, you know, out there with the Chargers doing their thing. So he's able to make his plays, man. So I really like them providing more protection for their young quarterback, you know. And again, that's going to open up their running game as well. They got some backs out there that's doing their thing. So I like that. But Slater coming off the board at 13, I think, you know, is a move, man. It is a move. So salute to the Chargers doing their thing, man. Salute to them. So Jay Johnson says Tucker. Oh, yeah, VERA-TUCKER. Everybody's talking about VERA-TUCKER now. Everybody. I'd like that. I'd like him as well. But for me, I don't know, man. 14, we sitting right here now with the Vikings, and I'm saying to myself, I think VERA-TUCKER could land there. I really do. I could see them taking him. I know that there's a lot of Jets fans that are rejoicing that Justin Fields went to Chicago and didn't end up, you know, with the Patriots. But you know what's crazy? Mac Jones still on the board. Maybe he ends up a Patriot. I could see that. You know, I could definitely see that for them. You know, solid pocket guy, makes smart decisions, doesn't turn the ball over crazy, you know. So that could be something that can be built on as well. So we'll see. Elias Solomon, salute to you, E. E says, do we move up for Slater? Well, he's gone off the board now, but I don't know. You might want to move up for Tucker. That might be the move. The move might be moving up for Tucker. Because, again, I think the Vikings would look to take him. Hell, maybe even the Dolphins. Oh, well, maybe the Dolphins. Maybe. But there's, you know, Tennessee. I can see Tennessee taking him. Yeah, there's some guys there. Denon says, this is kind of why I trust Chris Sims was saying about Zach Wilson. If he said Lamar Jackson was the best QB, then you have to feel good about Sims saying that Wilson is the top QB. It's crazy. Like, you know, people constantly are talking about Chris Sims now and his evaluation of quarterbacks, and I think he's phenomenal. He's a great analyst as well. There's another guy on ESPN, Dan Orlovsky, who I think is amazing too, with his as an analyst. I think he's phenomenal as well with his analyzing of the quarterback position. But Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it all, pans out. If he's saying that Wilson is the top of the QB, but again, man, I remember a time when everyone was saying that Trevor Lawrence is the best thing smoking, and if you don't draft him, if you don't have a chance to get Trevor Lawrence, you might as well just go on home because the draft is a wrap for you. I remember people saying that. I really, really do. So we'll see, man. We'll see. Yeah, Jay Johnson says Slater is gone. Yeah, he is, man. He's gone, dude. He is gone. He is gone. They've protected their young QB, Herbert. They got a lot of going into this kid. Then it says you got to protect Wilson. It's a priority with a young QB. There's no brainer. It's crazy, and that's what I keep telling people. But I'm telling you, you got people that think the New York Jets should draft a running back before they should draft offensive linemen. I don't get it. I don't understand. I just don't get it. Oh, Jets have traded up. Let's talk about it. Jets have traded up. The Jets have traded up. I'm telling you. I told you. Jets have traded up. What I tell you, you already know. They gotta take VERA-TUCKER right here. They got to take VERA-TUCKER. They gotta take VERA-TUCKER right now. They got to, man. They got to. Taking VERA-TUCKER right now is huge. You got to, man. Let's make the move. Let's make the move, baby. Let's make the move. Let's see what they gave up. Yeah, that's what I'm like. That's what I'm looking at, Jay. I'm trying to figure out what do we give up. Anybody know what we gave up? Things is moving so fast. Man, they got to get Tucker. They got to, dude. You cannot let VERA-TUCKER get away, especially with the issues that you have along your offensive line. They moved up. Man. Joe Douglas got aggressive, bruh. Joe Douglas got aggressive. Trying to figure out what we gave up, bro. We definitely gave up that 23rd pick for sure. Ooh, I want to see what happened. Who are we taking? Come on, ATV. Come on, ATV. Let's go, baby. I want to know what we gave up, though. What was the package? What did we give up? What did we give up, man? What did we give up? We got to know that. Man, oh my goodness. Yo, Took, salute to you. Good to see you in here as well, my man. Took says, oh my God, ATV is actually going to be a Jet. I'm shocked. Man, listen. Listen, man. It's going to get crazy. It's going to get crazy. I'm telling you. They say ATV is a Jet. I'm going off, bruh. I'm going off. Another one of my guys, man. I really wanted him on this line, man. Real bad. I'm hoping they moved up to take him. I'm pretty sure they are. I'm pretty sure that they are. We'll see. I want to see this package that was put together, though. Because, man, that's going to be huge as well. New York Jets Ranger says Long Beach is the man. Salute to you, New York. Good to see you in here as well, man. Thank you for the kind words, my friend. Thank you so much. I really enjoy, shooting the breeze and talking Jets with y'all and just going over the draft. You know what I'm saying? This is a blast, man. It's a complete blast. Sitting here as everything's just filing through. We definitely got to see it, man. We got to see it. Took said no. No 86, 66, and pick 23. Took said we traded 3 picks. We got 143. So we traded 86 and 66. I think that's our 34. Oh, so we traded our 2 third rounder. Okay. If that's what we gave up, if we gave up just 2 third rounders to move up, that's fine. I thought we would do that in the second round, but I talked about doing that in the second round. And we kind of covered possibly, giving up some third rounders as well. And we traded 23. Okay, yeah. That's a good move, man. So if we gave up, of course, we're going to exchange first rounders. And then we gave up our 2 third rounders to move up. Yeah, that's a good move. I'll take that. Especially when you're getting the type of lineman that we're getting. So that means in the second round, you got to go O-line again. Unless you trade down, because you don't have no third rounders. So you got to go O-line again, in my brain. So I'm hoping a guy like Creed Humphrey or Wyatt Davis is going to be there. Even though I'm a little bit concerned about Wyatt Davis and that leg injury, Creed Humphrey, I think, would be there. So salute to you, Took. Thank you. Took also says we got pick 143, too. Okay. So they gave us 143. John Doe, salute to you. Good to see you in here again. They said they selected O-line VERA-TUCKER, I'm pretty sure. Okay. We'll see. VERA-TUCKER on the board. Let's go. We got him. We selected him. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. That's the O-line help that we needed. They locked it up. You had to, man, because I didn't think he was. I thought that honestly, I didn't think he was going to slide past Minnesota, and you had to take him before Minnesota took him. Have to, bruh. There's no way. You have to move up, especially before Tennessee. There was no way I thought the VERA-TUCKER. I just couldn't see it. I felt like the Vikings would take him. And I'm glad that we slid up and was able to get him away from any other potential team outside there. So I like this move a lot. How are y'all feeling about this situation? I like this move a lot. New York Ranger says, look forward to this all day. Yeah. I have as well, man. Okapara says, I'm not going to lie. I want a wide receiver at 23. Maybe Tony or Bateman. Yeah, there was people talking about that as well. I talked about Tony. Cardarius Tony. I liked him. But I tell you what, we finally getting some help along this offensive line yet again to help the interior, man. I love this pick. Dude. Love this pick. Love it. Love this pick. Love this selection. Mac Jones got a smile. I don't know who taking him. Probably the Patriots. I know. I got a feeling the Patriots are taking Mac Jones. I got a feeling. I just know it. He is just their type of style of quarterback. This kid is going to be unbelievable here, bruh. He's going to be unbelievable. Dude's a mauler, a complete beast, bruh. A complete beast, bro. Complete beast. Love it. Love this pick. Oh, my goodness. When I tell you we need interior offensive line help, bruh, we need it in the worst way. I'm so tired of Van Roten and Lewis. Just so tired of those 2 scrubs. Damn. 2 damn scrubs. Tired of it. Tired of losing. Tired of losing, man. Look at him just get his hands on you. You just don't get away. That's just how it works. If I touch you, you just don't get away. Dennis says we traded 2 third. Yeah. 2 third picks. Yep. Salutes Tucker, everybody. Hype. Yep. Dennis says Tucker. Yeah, baby. Yep. Took says, nah, I want a corner or edge in the second round. Okay, Took, we're going to talk about that in a second. Corner or edge. Okay, we're going to talk about that in a second, Took. Okapara says O-line in the second instead of Travis Etienne. That's crazy. Yeah. We're going to talk about that in a second. Daniel Roberts says VERA-TUCKER, USC, baby. Yep. Took says Mac Jones going to New England. Yeah. There's just no doubt in my mind that's where he going. No doubt in my mind. Yep. And Jay Johnson says, I'm good with this. Good move. Not sexy, but needed. Yes. Dennis says Joe Douglas slayed this first round. I think he did a very solid job. He did a pretty solid job. I know a lot of people are, some people love the Zach Wilson pick. Some people are like, about it. I think he's solid. I'll take him. But VERA-TUCKER, well, I've been talking about that dude for months. So yeah, I love him moving up and getting VERA-TUCKER. Jay Johnson says, hopefully we can do the sexy moves next year. Yeah, the thing is, Jay, and I think a lot of people, you know, I understand why some Jets fans, you know, think like that. But, man, we got so many issues, bro. Like, this team needs help. And I think a lot of people look at the team, and I understand they want the success. And I think that we should take a step forward this year with the talent that we have. But at the same time, bro, Mike McCagnon put us in a hole, like a real hole. We had some real issues. You know what I mean? So we got to figure our way out. Jay Johnson says, Christopher Cancel says, don't care who we get at number 23 as long as he's a team player. Well, yeah, we ended up moving up and, got ourselves VERA-TUCKER. So salute to you, Christopher. Good to see you in here as well. Val Outlaw says, we got a guard. Yes, we did, my man. We got the guard. We got the guard. You know what I'm saying? We got the guard. Jack White says, yeah, let's talk 34. Oh, we about to. Mac Jones. Mac Jones is going to New England. They had a mistake with the Jets taking him. He's going to the Pats. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yep. Here's the deal. Okay, we're gonna talk 34. Salute to Jack White and everybody, VERA-TUCKER, Took, and Para. So here's the deal. I understand people talking about Travis Etienne, and I get it. Travis Etienne is phenomenal. So is Najee Harris. Those guys are great backs. Here's the problem. We don't have anybody that can block. Like that is huge. And I get that, like, people are talking about, you know, taking linemen in later rounds and stuff like that. And yeah, those guys could be very solid here. But if you have a chance to get the top talent, Mac Jones just looked like a Patriot. Just the way he walks. Yes, I love the Patriots. I can't wait to go to New England. You just see it. He just looks like he should be in a Patriots jersey. He just does, man. That's just him. You know, he's gonna go. He's gonna go and he's gonna do his thing. So for me, it's like, bro, we need somebody that can block at this point. All right. We need some interior offensive line help. We need to make sure that we handle business up front. You can't continue to get mauled the way we've been getting mauled these last couple of years and have the issues along our offensive line that we've had. Hell, if you look at this year, right, you look at the situations where when Mekhi Becton was out of the football game, like when he would get dinged up, nicked up here, a little injury, maybe sit down for a couple of series, look at how our offensive line performed without him. Horrifically. So bad. We were so bad. And I mean, we were like decent when he was on the field. His side was good, but everything else was terrible, you know? So you got to solidify that. I understand running backs, great players. Like I said, Najee Harris, Travis Etienne, I get it. They're phenomenal. But, bro, a running back is nothing without, an offensive line to open up holes, man. A running back is nothing. And, again, if you look at the system that we run, you don't necessarily need all-star back. You can have a cast of backs and still put together one of the top rushing offenses in the league. That's what the Niners did. We got to get guys up front that can block, man, that can open up holes. We got to do that, bro. We got to do that. Yeah. So, New York Ranger says, Tucker is a beast. Becton is a giant. Yep. Aaron, salute to you. Aaron says, come on, we need Creed Humphrey at 34. Exactly. That's exactly what we need. Yep. We need Creed Humphrey, man. And if he's gone, I'm telling you, Wyatt Davis. I like that kid. Wyatt Davis. I'm a little worried about that leg injury, but if he's good, I'm taking Wyatt Davis. Let's go. Denon says, Mac Jones to the Patriots. Ugh, saw that coming. Yeah. Jay Johnson says, bruh, that might be the next Tom Brady walking up. Jay Johnson said that's the Tom Brady walk. I don't want to see that. Man, I'll tell you what. He walked in happy. He's so happy. You could see it. He was looking stressed before, but the second he picked up that phone, he said, oh, Patriots? Belichick? Let me get my Patriot walk on. So, yeah. We gonna see, man. Mac Jones, if put in the right system, he's a smart quarterback. He's really smart. He's gonna make the smart decision, and especially in this league, those are the quarterbacks that succeed, man, for sure. Christopher Cancel says, has KC selected anyone? I looked at the draft, hasn't seen them on their list. No, KC's not up yet. I don't think they have a first. No, they don't have a first round pick. They I think they traded their first rounder for that lineman. So I don't think KC has a pick until, let me look. Yeah, they don't have a pick until like maybe second round. I'm not sure, but they don't have a first round pick. I know that for sure. Yeah. Sean says, let's go. Jack White says KC gave up their pick for Brown. Yep. Val Outlaw says, I don't care. I'm happy. We need some offensive line help, and that's what we got. Absolutely. So, yep. Val Outlaw says, we need more O-line. Yep. I'm telling you, that's what we need, man. We need more. We need more fat guys. We need more guys to block, bro. Because if we don't get more guys in here blocking, we're going to have big-time issues, my man. Big-time issues. I'm telling you. We've seen this, though, year after year. We've seen struggle. We've seen us struggle. We've seen us struggle up front. We've seen the offensive line struggle. We've seen our offense struggle because we can't block. Why continue that? We need to let that die. We need to let that die. Sean says, great job by Joe. Yeah. New York Rangers says, well, look at Le'Veon Bell on Pittsburgh versus the Jets. That's a fact. That's a great take right there. That's a great take. If you look at Le'Veon, he had a very solid O-line, with Pittsburgh. It wasn't like some all-star stellar line, but there were some good guys there, that can open up some holes, and it allowed him to really shine, show his talent. He did big things. Came here, no O-line, terrible. The Cardinals take Xavier Collins. That's a good move for them, man. That's a really good move for them. They're getting some edge pressure, boy. They're going to get after it, let me tell you. Yep, but salutes. That was a good take right there, New York Rangers. Dennis says, are you scared Belichick will coach Mac Jones to be the next torment for us every year? I'm not really scared. The Patriots are always well coached. I'm not scared, but, I know that I think that he's going to go there and he's going to be able to be successful. Belichick and that coaching staff, and yes, they do cheat. But they're extremely good coaches. His offensive coaches, most of his staff often they're not necessarily successful when they go other places, but they definitely put together things well when they're under his tutelage. And that staff, there's always sought after members of that staff, which tells you a lot. When you're constantly having people trying to poach your staff, pull people away from your franchise to put things together, yep, that tells you something about the level of coaching that you have there. So Val Outlaw says that better not be the next Tom Brady. Play around, he might be. I'm telling you. Look at him. Look at him. Everything about him screams Tom Brady. Smart guy, not a unbelievable arm, but it's solid. Can go out there. Not necessarily a guy that's gonna, not a Lamar Jackson or a Mike Vick, not unbelievably athletic, but just has a solid arm. Loves football. Studies his butt off. Doesn't let anything slide past him, can make throws, always does the smart thing, not the flashy thing. Like, that's, Tom Brady. That's Tom Brady. And we've seen Super Bowl after Super Bowl after Super Bowl. So we'll see. You know what I'm saying? Dennis says, take O-line at 34. Absolutely. That's where I'm at. I've said that so many times. It's insane. I know a lot of Jets fans look at me crazy, but yeah. If Creed Humphrey is there, I'm taking him at 34. If Wyatt Davis is there, I'll take him at 34 too. Honestly, I think you could trade down and probably get Wyatt probably maybe 5 or 6 spots down from where we are. So that's something that Joe Douglas could look at too. Tomorrow, he could actually trade down in the second round and end up taking an offensive lineman, a couple spots down. But if Creed Humphrey is there at 34, I'm taking Creed Humphrey without a shadow of a doubt. The thing is, Creed Humphrey could end up getting taken, though. He could end up getting taken late in the first, like the very last pick or the 31st or 30th pick in the first round. I could see that. I could see a team moving up to 32 or 31 or 30 and taking Creed Humphrey. I could see that because he's a guy that I think is going to be there at the top. The top of the second round. So then I'm absolutely going offensive line in the first round without a shadow of a doubt. Without a shadow of a doubt. No doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind that you take him. No doubt in my mind. So, yeah. We'll see what happens, man. There's a lot to talk. There's a lot we got to do. I'm so glad we got VERA-TUCKER, dude. And you know what's crazy? You know the thing I love about Joe Douglas is that not only did we get him, not only did we get the guy we wanted, right? But we didn't get like completely fleeced. You know what I mean? Like, bro, if this was like Mike McCagnon, we would have just got destroyed. We probably would have gave up, half of next year's draft to move up to 14. That's what would have happened. If we had Mike McCagnon, we would have gave away 2 more first rounders, our 2 first rounders from next year's draft to move up to 14 to get, VERA-TUCKER. That's what we would have did. But with Joe Douglas and, his gift of gab and the way that he can do things and how he handles business, guess what happened with us? We just gave up, 2 third rounders, which is solid compensation. 2 third rounders move up from 23 to 14. Boom, deal's done. And we get one of the best offensive linemen in the class. I like it. I like that move a lot. I'm so glad that Mike McCagnon is gone. God, so tired of that guy. He was trash. Jeez. Get out of here, you're garbage. Whoa. That guy was terrible, man. He was so bad. He was so bad. Woo. Woo, woo, woo. He was bad, man. Real bad. Ugh. But I'm so glad he's gone. But that's the difference. I like this. Val Outlaw says, I'm happy Deshaun Watson is not going to the New England Patriots. I was worried about that. Man, I'm telling you, they always, and even though, they've moved on from the wide receiver that got hurt, the knee issues. I'm telling you, the thing about the Patriots, man, and I tell people this every year. I told people this last season when they were saying the Patriots are trash. Okay, you can go back and listen to my past shows, and I was telling people that the Patriots, you always have to be concerned about them because you can never say die with them. There never is, hey, it's over with them. It's never like that. You always have to keep your eyes on the Patriots. And there was a guy I remember I was speaking to, and he said, the Patriots are dead. Nobody wants to play for them. That franchise is over. They're not a free agency draw anymore. And I said, that's not true, dude. The Patriots will always be a draw because they're winners. That's what they do. No, they're not going to get any free. Look at all the free agent talent they got this offseason. They got them 2 tight ends, which we're going to have to deal with. Whoa, that double tight end system they're going to be running is going to be unbelievable. They've went and bulked up in other places. Listen, the Patriots are always going to be in the running, especially as long as Belichick is still there. They're always going to be in the running because they're coached well. They know how to win. They know what it takes, and they're always going to be a draw because players are always going to want to play for them at this point because they have what it takes to get there. Alex Leatherwood goes to the Raiders. Okay, Raiders take Leatherwood at 17. Salutes to my Raiders fans out there. Got yourselves a solid, offensive lineman. I like that move. I like that move. Dennis says Joe Douglas fleeces other teams in trades. He's too smart to let himself get fleeced. Yeah, we've seen it. But I tell you what, Mike McCagnon was so stupid. I watched him. It was one year he gave up. He traded down. It was in the mid rounds. He traded down and got like a 6th round pick, and the Patriots were right behind us. Right? He traded down to like the bottom of the 3rd and got a 6th round pick. The Patriots traded down like 2 or 3 spots. They were still ahead of us after trading down. They were behind us before the trade down. Then they were ahead of us after the trade down. They traded down and got like a 3rd or 4th round pick one year. And I was like, bro, look at the difference in value. Like, how did you get fleeced like that? You moved down way more spots and got less compensation. They moved down like 2 spots and got a 3rd round pick or a 4th round pick. What are you doing? I tell you what would burn me up to one year is when he would not trade up for Alvin Kamara, and the entire I almost just knocked over everything on my desk. The year that Alvin Kamara came out, the Jets, the staff wanted him to trade up for Alvin Kamara, and he didn't want to do it. Okay, he didn't want to give up. I think it was like, I forgot who held the spot originally, but they simply wanted like a 4th rounder or something like that, and he did not want to do it because he wanted to draft those 2 guys, the wide receiver from Cal that he took, and that wide receiver from Alabama. They both busted out. They never did anything with the Jets, but he didn't want to trade up for Alvin Kamara. Unbelievable, man. Goodbye, Mike McCagnon. Jay Johnson says, facts. We would have moved up for a kicker. That's a fact. Mayberry, salute to you. Good to see you in here, my man. Mayberry says, this is the best draft ever. Yeah, these are good moves. Really solid moves. Jay Johnson says, I don't think Creed makes it to 34. So who else? Yeah, he could be. I mean, like I said, I could see a team moving up to late first round to take him. If he's not there at 34, Jay Johnson, I'm taking Wyatt Davis. I'll take Wyatt Davis. I'm taking Wyatt Davis. I want to see where Landon Dickinson goes. Where does Dickinson go? That's a big question. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see. Didn't say Christian Hackenberg. I still have nightmare. Oh my God. Denon, bro. That Christian Hackenberg pick was so bad. I couldn't believe that he did that. I remember watching it live. I saw that pick and I just laid down on the floor. And I said, no. I remember I laid down on the floor and I just screamed, no. And I just laid there because there was nothing I could do. I could not believe that he did that. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe that man stood there with a straight face and took Christian Hackenberg in the 2nd round. Dolphins are up. They take Jalen Phillips at 18. They're getting themselves some edge pressure, yeah. You see what I'm like? The Dolphins are just building up too, man. The Dolphins are just building up. They got Jalen Waddle at 6, and then they turn around and got Jalen Phillips at 18. Dolphins are doing some things, and they got more capital for next year as well. So Phillips gets to stay in Miami. Phillips gets to stay at Miami, bro. Okay. All right. I like that. For them. I don't like the Dolphins. Not my thing. But, they're doing things, man. They're really building up and maneuvering around the draft. So you see what they building. You see how they going. So, man. Whew. Val Outlaw says that Christian Hackenberg pick was so terrible. Even the media that oh my goodness. Val Outlaw says that Christian Hackenberg pick was so terrible. Even the media that went to the training camp was saying he could not throw. Yeah, I remember. People were saying that he couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. There was a quote from the Jets staff, which it was crazy. It came out after Chan Gailey. I think he got fired. Yeah, I think, was that the year that Chan Gailey got? Yeah, I think that was the year that Chan Gailey got fired. Correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I remember right now, I think it was the year that Chan Gailey got fired, and there was a leak from within the offensive staff, right? That they said that Christian Hackenberg was so bad he couldn't throw a football into the ocean. Dude, he was so bad. I remember I went to a game one year and he was thrown on the sidelines. And when I tell you, like, and again, this is just warming up, right? Bro, when I tell you he was on the sidelines and he couldn't control it, just like thrown on the sidelines with nobody in front of him. The ball was so all over the place. They were like, and he was trying to throw it straight. You could tell because all the other quarterbacks were like, we're throwing straight. All of them. You know, even Bryce Petty was on the roster at that time. Gino was throwing the ball fairly straight, but he was like, the ball was just all over the place. Nobody could catch it. It was unbelievable. Yeah, but I remember those reports. the press, they was going and saying that he couldn't throw a ball straight. He couldn't do anything. Oh my God. Christopher Cancel says, what a pass rusher. What pass rusher should we get one in the first round? Well, I mean, we don't have a first round pick left because we moved up for VERA-TUCKER, but there are some guys out there. I think Monroe, goodness gracious, Russo is still out there. Jalen Phillips going to 18. Before Russo, I mean, it's not super shocking, but Jalen Phillips was definitely on the list there. But I mean, the pass rushing class is not super duper deep, especially for like top end talent. But there's still some guys. What's this guy named Bash? What's that guy's name? Bashwood or Bashlin, I think. He might be in the second or third round. Yeah, I'll take a look at him. But there's this guy named Bashwood that could be there in the Basham, excuse me. Carlos Basham. That's what I was trying to say. Basham Jr. He could be there in the second round. He's a solid talent there as a pass rusher too. That Christian Hackenberg stuff took me out. Val Outlaw says, and reminds you, he passed on Dak Prescott. Yeah, he did. Dude, I'm telling you, like, he was such a horrible evaluator of talent. Like, I could not believe some of the things that he used to do. I couldn't believe that dude, we had the same issues every year, and he would draft like a defensive tackle. He would draft an inside linebacker. His whole best player available thing was like, it was just him trying not to get fired. Like, that's all it was. But the problem with best player available is that best player available doesn't work if you're a bad football team. If the best player available is a defensive tackle and you have no offensive lineman and you can't cover anybody because you don't have corners or your wide receivers are trash, how many damn defensive linemen are you going to draft? Like, come on, man. Come on, man. Get out. I'm so glad we fired him. We didn't fire him soon enough. We should have fired him when we fired Todd Bowles. Oh, that was terrible. Val Outlaw says, Miami is no joke. I just hope they don't get Deshaun Watson. Well, we'll see. You know, that situation with Deshaun Watson is, you know, we'll figure out what's happened with that. But, ooh, I know that they're all in on Tua right now, Val. They really are. They're trying to surround him and see what's happening with him. Excuse me. If he doesn't pan, you know, there's still options there because they got unbelievable amounts of capital. They have an unbelievable amount of capital. Like, they still got some picks, you know, stashed for next year too. That trade they made with the Niners, and then they were able to still move back up. And dude, the Dolphins are doing work. Okay, the Dolphins are doing work, and they got a good coach too. That coach that they have, dude, he's a leader, and he just finds ways to really put things together for them. I'm telling you. Looks like the Washington football team gets Jamin Davis. I like this. Jamin Davis. I like it. Inside linebacker. That's a solid move for them. Denon says, I'll just quote Dodgeball. Christian Hackenberg couldn't hit the water if he fell out of a boat. Damn. Denon going off. I'll never forget those quotes. He was so bad, dude. He was so bad. And what was crazy was it was like, yo, Mike McCagnon, what are you even looking at, bro? Because, like, he was bad in college. He was bad at Penn State. Like, he was bad. Everyone knew that he was bad. No one had a second round grade on him. It was so bad. Ugh, so bad. Jack White says Patrick Jones. Yeah, we'll see, man. So bad, dude. I can't believe that you took. And what was crazier about that is that year I was screaming about Cody Whitehair because we had no offensive lineman, and I said, "Hey, listen, we need Cody Whitehair. That's who we need. We need Cody Whitehair. We need Cody Whitehair." People just laughed at me. Took Christian Hackenberg. Cody Whitehair went to the Browns, and I think the first year that he was there, he made the Pro Bowl. He was a guard center. He's still a very solid offensive lineman, and it was just like, dude, you got to be kidding me. And we just continue to have issues along our offensive line. Man, Mike McCagnon was something else. I remember when he traded for that offensive lineman from Denver that couldn't stay healthy. He gave away capital. No, did he trade for him? He signed this guy. Yeah, he traded for him because the guy was still under contract. Yeah, he did. He traded for an offensive lineman from Denver. I forgot the guy's name. He couldn't stay healthy. He hadn't been healthy in like 3 or 4 years. He torn his ACL multiple times. Then on top of it, the guy's contract, he was set to have a $10 million option on. Oh no, a $12 million option on his contract if we were to have him come back. So basically, he traded for a guy that was never healthy and rented him for a year to then try to figure out, can I give this guy $10 million? That guy was so bad. Simply Awesome says, Joe Douglas got it done today. Salute to you, Simply Awesome. Good to see you in here. Yeah, Joe Douglas handled his business. Angel Reed says, didn't know this was live today. Yeah, Angel, I'm live. I'm going to be live tomorrow as well. We're doing another show tomorrow as well for the Jets second and for the I think it's second and third round tomorrow. So we're definitely going to talk about that as well. Angel Reed says, hate that Mac Jones went to New England. Yeah. Angel Reed also says, if we traded Sam and Zach becomes a bust, just imagine if Mac Jones becomes like Brady. We'll see, man. I'm not trying to, we'll see what happens going forward. We'll see what happens with Sam Darnold. There's a lot to talk about. We'll see what happens. That's all I'm going to say. We'll see how everything plays out. That's where I'm going to leave it. Zach Wilson is our quarterback. He's here. Great arm talent. We got a new offensive coordinator. We got some weapons. Davis. We're seeing Mims come along. Let's see what happens. Positive Joe. That's where I'm leaving it. You know what I mean? Val Outlaw says he's absolutely a good coach. He knew Ryan Fitzpatrick is a roller coaster quarterback, so he knew when to put him in and when to take him out. Yeah, Christopher Cancel says, I heard a rumor Rodgers went to Denver. I don't know about that situation yet. Val Outlaw says, how did you feel about Bryce Petty? Did you feel like he got a fair shake? I wasn't too big on him. Here's the thing. Bryce Petty, in my opinion, and you got to go back and really, it's a lot of context when you look at that time. Because we had Bryce, we had Geno, we had Christian Hackenberg, and Ryan Fitzpatrick on the roster, I believe, all at the same time. So I look at this situation, I say to myself, Geno was I think that was the year that he had got his jaw broken. Yeah, the first year he got his jaw broken. And so Ryan Fitzpatrick stepped in. We had that great year. Then the next year, Ryan Fitzpatrick was actually a free agent. And I said, that's another take that people didn't like, that nobody wanted to hear, but it came true. So Ryan Fitzpatrick, if you watch the games, and you watch them intensely, Ryan Fitzpatrick, again, the first year was magical. I loved it. But I knew that was not going to last, because when you looked at the roster, or you looked at the schedule for next year, we played real defensive teams that could absolutely get after us for what he was doing. Ryan Fitzpatrick, when he played here, he didn't have an arm. At least he didn't showcase it at all. And so a lot of the things that he was doing, he would leave a lot of air under the ball, and guys would just run it under, intercepted. So we played a lot of really bad teams the year that we had that miracle year and almost made the playoffs with him. So the next year, I was just screaming, don't re-sign Brian Fitzpatrick. Figure out what you got in these young quarterbacks, and then move forward. If Geno doesn't pan, if Bryce is not the guy, if Christian Hackenberg, whatever you took him for, if he's not the guy, then move on, draft a quarterback, whatever. People didn't like that. People were screaming for Ryan Fitzpatrick, and we brought Ryan Fitzpatrick back, and whoa, was he bad, right? So then we ended up, then he ended up getting injured at one point after, getting benched. Said a lot of crazy things about the franchise, people losing faith in him and all this stuff. Bryce Petty, to me, I thought showcased some talent. I don't know. I didn't know. I didn't think it was going to be like a long-term thing with him. I don't think he necessarily got a fair shake, especially when you look at the situation where they were literally trying to hand Christian Hackenberg the starting job at one point. Like, there was reports out there that he wasn't allowed to be, Hackenberg was, and it was like, well, how are you trying to, like, Wyatt Davis? Giants, their pick is in. Giants take Kadarius Toney from Florida at 20. Okay. Giants getting themselves some weapons, man. They got themselves some weapons out there. Wide receiver, okay. They're getting Saquon back. You know what I'm saying? They got their quarterback in place. They're going to keep building. All right. I respect that. Kadarius Toney, that boy going to New York. Salutes to him. I respect that. You know, I respect that. Man, Val Outlaw says, before this day is done, what quarterback would you have picked at number 2 if you was the GM? If I was the general manager, I would have taken Justin Fields at number 2. To be completely honest. And wouldn't have had any reservations about it whatsoever. I would have taken him at 2. I'm not upset with Zach Wilson, though. I don't dislike Zach Wilson at all. There's some questions of, you know, the same way people have questions about Justin Fields. There's some people that have questions about him. I do have questions about Zach Wilson. I have questions about the level of competition. I have questions about, you know, the injury concerns, the durability concerns with him. But, you know, again, he's got a great arm. He's a guy that's coachable. He's a guy that is smart, very, very smart. You know, and I'm just hoping that he makes better decisions than he did in college, because I don't want to see him, you know, I don't want to see him do some of the same things that we saw in college. And I'm a little concerned about this, just like this 1 year kind of wonder thing where he came in and he played solidly, but it was against, again, level of competition is a concern. And it was just kind of a 1 year thing where he came in and just, boom, flew off the charts for 1 year where he really didn't play anybody. That's big concerns for me. But again, I think our coaching staff is solid here. LaFleur, the Shanahan system, he could be successful here. You know, I'm not going to dump on the kid at all. I'm excited to have him here. Can't wait to see him go out there and put on with the green and white. Period. You know what I'm saying? I support him. I support Zach. And I can't wait. I cannot wait. But man, to me, I was just shocked. Denon says, why do you think the Niners preferred Trey Lance over Fields? I was just about to get to that. I was shocked that the Niners didn't take Justin Fields. Shocked. I don't know. Because again, there was a lot of questions about Lance, because we all know, you know, there was issues, complications with, you know, the reason why we were wearing masks this year. And, you know, a lot of people looked at his showing, because, you know, his team kind of opted. And a lot of people looked at his last showing and was like, nah, he didn't look that great in his last showing. So I don't know why they preferred Trey Lance over Fields. Maybe it's something going on. I know that there was a report about him dealing with epilepsy, and I think that has kind of circled around for some people. Maybe some teams are concerned about that and very nervous about it. You can look it up. He's a player that deals with epilepsy. But he takes medication for it, and he's not the only player ever in the league that's had epilepsy. I think it was Faneca. Alan Faneca, I think, had epilepsy as well. But maybe that's what it is. That's the only thing I can think of why he was still on the board after the Niners. That's it. And that report came out more recently that he deals with epilepsy. So, yeah. You know, it's interesting, dude. It's really, really interesting to see. But again, I think in Chicago, he landed in a very solid place. You know, they're a franchise that's been around. They know how to build. He's got a weapon, you know, there in Allen Robinson. He's got other weapons there too. I think they still got that tight end out there. So, you know, he's going to be okay. I think he's a guy that, again, you put him, the dude, he runs a 4.4, unbelievable arm talent, very smart. We've seen him outside of all of that stuff, right? The physical stuff. When you look at Justin Fields, it's the heart that really impresses me as well, the grit. Him playing with broken ribs in a bowl game and throwing 6 touchdowns against Clemson, one of the best teams in the entire, college football, and one of the best teams in all of college football. Bro, if that don't say something, I don't know what does. I really don't. I don't know what does. That was, to me, like, bro, that performance was, look, I'm the real deal. And when all the chips are down and when everything is falling away, when everything's falling down, dude, I'm not going to give up. That performance to me, like, and I'd liked him a bit before, but that performance completely sold me on him. Like, it was like, dude, unbelievable. And again, if you go back to those times, there were people literally saying that night that he was better than Trevor Lawrence. I'm not lying to you. You can go back and look those things up. So so I don't know, Denon. I really don't know, man. Val Outlaw says, I don't know why, but I'm kind of getting the Johnny Manziel vibes from him. Not the trouble, but the skills in a way. I don't know if it's going to transfer over, but hopefully it does. But I do think he's way better player than Johnny Manziel. Not comparing, just to suit the type of style and play. Are you talking about Justin Fields, or are you talking about Zach Wilson? Let me know, because there's been some people I've seen try to make the comparison between Manziel and Wilson. I'm not gonna say that, but yeah, Justin Fields, to me, man, I would definitely have taken him. But again, Zach Wilson being here, I'm not upset about it at all. Thought it was a solid move, very, very solid move. Yeah, man, it's crazy. It is completely crazy. So, just seeing things happen, man. Seeing the board play out the way it is. I'm just shocked. I'm shocked that the Patriots didn't have to move up for a guy. They ended up getting, what was rated as one of the top quarterbacks at 15. Val Outlaw says Justin Fields had a lot of heart. Yeah, he does, dude. A lot of heart. Lot of heart. Colts, their pick is in. We're going to see who they take next. Yeah, they do. They have a lot of heart, man. A lot of heart. Lot of heart, man. And I thought that would, dude, that I'll never forget it. That night, he lit Clemson up too, bro. Woo! He was on fire that night. He was really on fire that night. And he did his thing. He really, really did his thing. So, salutes to him, man. Salutes to him. Salutes to him. Whew, that was huge. That was really, really huge for him. And I was really excited. Really excited for him to really showcase his talent. But again, the grit that he showed. Colts get Kwity Paye at 21. Okay. Kwity Paye to the Colts at 21. Salutes to the Colts. Got themselves a nice player there. Defensive end, a guy that can get after it, man. I like this pick for them. Val Outlaw says, oh, okay, yeah. Val Outlaw says the comparisons to Johnny Manziel. Yeah, like I said, I've heard other people say the same thing. Say something similar where they comparing Zach Wilson to Johnny Manziel. We'll see, man. We'll see. The one thing that, again, I think that's going to bode well for him coming here is you hear about his work ethic. You hear about how, yes, he comes, he's a guy that comes from a family that's very well off, but he works for everything that he gets. He's not a guy that, is going to give up. He's a guy that's going to put in the work. He's a guy that, is a studier. He loves football. That's going to be huge because here, I'm telling you, a lot of people don't think about these things. You come to New York is a place that not only are they all over you, the media is all over you, you have to be strong up here. You really do. To play in New York, you got to be strong up here, bro. If you're not strong and you're not focused, that will get exposed. That will get exposed. I mean, we all know the media here is insane. It's insanity. Like they attack people for anything and everything. So they attack people for anything and everything. So you just got to be focused when you get here, and you got to be ready to, rise and meet the expectations. Because if you don't, this fan base will eat you alive too. Whew, we've seen it. Jay Johnson says Paye is out of there. Yeah, Kwity Paye goes to the Colts. Solid pick for them, man. Solid pick for them. And that defense with the Colts is already nasty. They just got nastier. That defense is already really good, really good. One of the better defenses in the league. And now they're getting a guy that just gets after it, a pass rusher. Whew. They get another one, man. I'm telling you, the Colts really gonna put on this year. I really think that's gonna be one of the better teams in the league. Really, really do. They got some things, and they putting things together. Man, Kwity Paye to the Colts. Wow. Val Outlaw says, but granted, I never really sat down and watched Zach Wilson game. I'm just going off of highlights. Yeah. Jay Johnson says, I never watched Zach Wilson either. Jay Johnson said, if was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. Man, listen. Listen to me. We'll see, man. Like I said, I know that there's some fans that are very upset about this pick, and I get it. I understand. I know people want to go different ways. I know there's a lot of fans that are extremely excited about it. I know some fans that are extremely excited about us selecting Zach Wilson, and I'm not going to knock it. I think Zach Wilson is a solid, prospect. I'm excited to have him here. We'll see what he does. But let me tell you, the pressure's on. The pressure's on. This fan base, I have already seen people saying that we're going to go 10-7 and make the playoffs. I'm not lying to you. I've already seen it. I've already seen people talking about playoffs and taking a step forward, and we need to be winners now. I've already seen it. Salute to Budging D. Salute to you. Good to see you in here as well. I've already seen it. I'm telling you. This fan base is they're gonna eat you alive. They're gonna eat you alive. You gotta be focused. But I really, really like the selection of VERA-TUCKER. Really like that we moved up, we got aggressive, we went up, and we got our guy. I really like that. I like that Joe Douglas didn't sit back and just say, all right, well, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to let the board know. I know what I need. I know what I want. Boom, I'm going to go get them. And that's it. And that's what he did. I really, really like that move. I really, really like that move. I'm excited. And that just shows that, hey, I'm going to do what it takes to surround my young quarterback with the talent that he needs. I'm not going to have him running around like Sam Darnold was. I'm not going to have him struggling, getting hit, getting injured. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do whatever it takes to seal up these issues. Man, that's huge. Jack White, salute to you again. Jack White, good to see you in here, man. It's always great to speak to you. Jack White says, no, I love Zach, but we're going to go through growing pains first. Yes. You know what's crazy? And listen, I'm going to talk about this, okay, in my future shows. A lot of Jets fans think he going to come off the plane and turn into Aaron Rodgers. I'm telling you. Okay? I've already heard it. A lot of Jets fans think that he's going to hop off the plane and he is the best thing smoking. And he's going to come in here and light it up. We all know, once we were out of the running for Trevor Lawrence, there were analysts already talking about, hey, look, he's going to be better than Trevor Lawrence. He is better than Trevor Lawrence. There were already people in the fan base saying he was better than Trevor Lawrence. Okay? So they're going to expect like huge Herculean production from this guy immediately his first year. And I'm telling you, this fan base, they're not going to let him go through the growing pains. If he comes out one game, especially his first game, and throws 2 or 3 interceptions, or he struggles the first 3 or 4 weeks, I'm telling you, you're going to hear fans question why we drafted him in the first place, and they're going to scream and call him a bust. I'm not lying. I know y'all know this. I know y'all seen it. They're going to scream and call him a bust, bro. I'm telling you, it's coming. It's coming. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. It's going to happen, bro. I'm telling you right now. But we'll see. We just got to be patient, As long as he, keeps the interceptions, the numbers down, plays well, we'll see what happens. I don't want to put too much expectations on him. But, I just want to see solid steps going forward. That's all I want to see. Val Outlaw says, yeah, the media got to Geno, and it has also got to Mark as well with the butt fumble. Dude, the media was all over Geno Smith. Oh, my goodness gracious. I remember there were people writing articles about Geno Smith they would just say anything just to bash him. And again, I wasn't the biggest Geno guy. I'm not gonna sit here and like, but there was one point where people were just saying anything. It was just like the stuff didn't even have to make sense. It was just like, Geno Smith is trash. And people would click on the article. You could post something. Oh, I spun around 3 times. You know what? Geno Smith is the worst quarterback in the league. And people would like your comment. Like, it was insane. You know what I mean? But man, the media will get after you, dude. Especially again. Oh, they've ran so many people out of here. It's just been insanity. I'll never forget watching and listening to it. No, we didn't get to watch. Was it on tape? I think it was on tape. We watched it. Yeah, there was a tape floating around where Geno Smith was at a charity event. He was at a charity event. I believe it was with the Jets. I forgot what they were doing for charity. But it was a full-blown charity event. Had nothing, they weren't on a field, nothing. It was just all about giving back, and Jets fans were there, and they booed Geno Smith at the charity event. And I'm talking loud, like, boo, at a charity event. I'm telling you, bruh. I'm telling you. Whatever. The media gets after you. And yeah, the butt fumble, they never let Mark Sanchez forget that. Ever. ESPN, all that, they play that 30 times a year. It's insanity. Jack White says we won't win 7 games next year. We'll see. We'll see. I just want to see improvement. I want to see him come out and look solid, That's all I want. I want to see him come out, look poised, look solid, come out, make plays. That's all I want. That's all I want. You know what I mean? That's all I need from Zach. Titans pick is in. Caleb Farley, okay, from Virginia Tech. I like that move. That's a good move for them. I like that move right there. That's a good move for the Titans. Very good move. I like that move. Titans got themselves in good space. Vikings on the board. I wonder who the Vikings are going to take at this point. Getting back to the chat. Will Kohler says, who do you think JD will trade the 34th pick? And who do you think will trade the 34th pick and one of our 4th round picks? Hold on. It says, Will Kohler says, do you think JD will trade the 34th pick and one of our 4th round picks to move back into the late first round? That's an idea that you can use, but it would blow out the mid rounds of your draft, basically. Because I don't think we have any 3rd rounders left. Let me see, because I don't think we have any 3rd rounders left if we traded. Because I think they said we traded 66 and 80 something. Yeah, and 80. Yeah. I don't know if he would do that. That'd be an aggressive move. I wouldn't necessarily be against it, depending on who he would take. But after that, it's like, okay, well, where else do you go? Because your corner situation would probably be exactly the same. Your pass rusher situation would be the same. There'd be other needs, but you would have mortgaged so much to like move up. It really would depend on who would be there. If he feels like he needs to be that aggressive to go after maybe an offensive lineman, I mean, maybe if he feels like he needs to be that aggressive. But again, I don't think he necessarily needs to start mortgaging more capital from this year. Maybe next year, I can see him do that. But again, maybe he feels like this too. And this is an idea that I talked about with, again, we all know what the situation is in the world, where maybe some people don't feel as confident in the mid rounds, picking players in the mid rounds because of everything that went on with the situation that we had while we wear a mask. Maybe they're looking at the situation and going, this mid round's kind of murky. I don't really like the guys, don't really like what's here, don't feel like I have enough tape on them, or don't feel like, as confident. So, hey, I'm willing to give up some of these mid-round picks for these murky guys, and I'll move up and get the, more sure bet guys. That's a way that he could be looking at the situation as well. So I could see that. I could see that coming from him too. Maybe that's just how he feels. I could see it. I could definitely see it, but it's going to be interesting. Denon says Jets fans are brutal like that, but he needs the chance that Darnold never got. Yeah, Jets fans are brutal, dude. They're super brutal, and they're not afraid to let you know either. They're not afraid at all. They'll dump on a player right to their face. They like Jets fans do not care. They do not care at all. They don't give one crap, not one. I'm telling you, they do not care whatsoever. If they can get at you, they will do it without a shadow of a doubt. They do not care about none of that stuff. Any Jet fan to try to tell you something like that, I'm telling you, I've been a Jet fan for a long time. I've seen this fan base dump on people. I've seen this fan base dump on people that ain't even on the team anymore. Okay? I've seen this fan base dump on people that are a part of the team. I remember when people were calling Le'Veon Bell washed up. And this was like a week after, or maybe 2 weeks after, he had literally sat down and talked about, hey, fan base stick with us. And everybody was talking about how much they loved him. So, nah, man. No. I've seen it. This fan base is, very, they will get after you, bro. They will get after you. And they are very, very, they love the team. I will say that. Jets fan, you can't be a Jet fan and not actually like the Jets. That's not how it works here. But boy, oh boy, will they let you have it. His fan base will let you have it. Jack White says, damn, Farley gone. Yeah, he's gone, bro. He's gone. He went to the Titans. I think that's a solid pick for them because they needed, and that defense with the Titans is tough too. That team is tough overall. I really like what Vrabel has done out there with them. Really solid coaching. They turned around Ryan Tannehill, his career. They have weapons. We just got, Davis from them. He's here now, but they got some things going on out there, man. That's a team that's really put some things together. I really like how they're built, and getting him at corner is really going to help that defense because they got some solid players. Their defense is tough. Really tough. I think they also lost Jonnu Smith as well. I think they did. They lost Jonnu Smith to the Patriots this offseason. So, just a good move, man. Really good move for them. Really, really, really good move. Jack White says Newsome is still on the board though. Yeah, he is still on the board. Yeah, we'll see where he goes, man. We got a couple picks left, folks. I'm telling you what, I'm hyped. I'm really excited, and I am thankful that Joe Douglas is our general manager because, boy, oh, boy, I would not want to see Mike McCagnon in this year's draft. No, sir. No, Reed, Bob. No. No way, Bob. No, thank you. I don't ever want to see him ever again. Whew. It would have been an ugly situation. Whew. It would have been bad. Real bad. Denon says, even if the Jets don't do great next year, the worst case scenario is Zach Wilson to get some experience and we gain a high first-round pick to build around Wilson and more. So that's not bad. Will says we have 2 fourth-rounders, 2 fourth-round picks, 2 fifth-round picks, and 2 sixth-round picks left. Yeah. So, yeah. So that would give you that would give you another 1 fourth-rounder and some fifths and stuff like that, yeah. But, your thirds are gone. Your fourth, you have 1 fourth left, and like you said, those 2 fifth-round picks and 2 sixth-round picks. I was looking for things. I have them written down over here, but yeah. So, you can get some guys in those late rounds, but they'd have to come in and definitely start at positions of need. Like I said, if you do something like that, then that cornerback position you have to look at is pretty much set, unless you feel like there's a guy deep in that 4th round that you're going to be able to draft that's going to come in and immediately start over Bless Austin or Hall. Or also as well, we need to talk about addressing that nickel position as well with the corner. So that 3rd corner spot is a concern. Val Outlaw says Sam seeing Ghost. New York is no joke. Any little thing. Yep. The simple fact that was even played on TV live just tells you how much the media will get after you. Because stuff like that, they usually won't put on TV, but they found a way to do it with him. And that was seeing them allow that to happen. That was insane. That was completely insane. All right, Vikings go Christian Darrisaw. Okay, Christian Darrisaw. Pick for them. They took an offensive lineman. All right. I can see that. Jay Johnson says smoking dope. Jay Johnson says that's good too. Oh, man. Jack White, yeah. I've seen Jets fans cheer when Pennington got hurt. Bruh, I heard about that, and Chad was one of my favorite players of all time. Like, he is, he is my favorite Jet of all time. It's Chad Pennington. I just love the way that he, the way he approached the game and his thought process about football. Unbelievable. And the guy wasn't necessarily the most physically gifted QB. Not at all. Wasn't even close. But, bruh, he would just get it done. He just got it done. But that's true. Jack White, I heard that from old Jets fans that were there in the stadium. They said, or even people that were old enough to, like, remember some of those games when he went down. They said, man, they would cheer for you to get hurt. Yeah. Jets fan, I'm telling you, brutal. This fan base is brutal, bruh. They don't let up. They really don't let up. When I tell people that aren't Jets fans about Jets fans, they be looking at me like I'm crazy. Like, no, dude. Like, I'm here. I'm in the trenches. I'm in the trenches. What is you talking about? I'm the one watching the games. I'm here on a yearly basis. Yes, this fan base will maul you if they can. Yes. Denon says, I'm a season ticket holder, and I'm definitely more excited about this upcoming season, especially with, okay, salute and respect. 24 on the board. Steelers go in. They take Najee Harris. Najee Harris at 24. Talk to me. How are y'all feeling about that? Najee at 24. That's big for Pittsburgh. He's coming in. I like that move. This was talked about as well. Quite a bit. This was talked about quite a bit, man. About Najee Harris going to Pittsburgh. And it looks like it's coming to fruition. So, salutes to them. They get a really talented running back. And here's the deal. I know there's going to be a lot of Jets fans are going to be like, well, we could have. Listen, we're not prepared. We're not ready for Najee Harris. The Pittsburgh Steelers can do that because they've done the work where they have a core. They have cornerstones up front. They have what they need necessary offensively to move forward and take a running back at 24. We are not there. I keep trying to tell people that. We not there, man. We not there. Took says, people hate on McCagnon, but he got us 2 AFC championships games. A lot of GMs cannot say that. No. That run, you look at that situation, McCagnon came in. That wasn't Mike McCagnon, that was our general manager. That was Mike Tannenbaum. I think that's who you're thinking about. People did hate on Mike Tannenbaum too, but here's the deal. The reason why people hated Mike Tannenbaum because he constantly traded away so much draft capital and got players. So our drafts were just kind of riddled with issues. But the problem is that later on, that strategy caught up to us because we didn't have enough talent to continue that. There was no sustained success. It was like 2 really solid years. We went to AFC championships back to back, and then we just fell off of a cliff because of big time contracts that he gave to guys and we had to pay big time money. And then there was no draft picks. There wasn't good enough players to really sustain you to continue to go across. That's why we were so bad with Mike McCagnon as well. See, Mike McCagnon, that guy was stupid. He couldn't draft at all. And there was no talent. So that's why we kept doing this up and down thing. And then every couple of years, we get $100 million. And then he would try to pay players to subsidize him missing in the draft. It's not a way that you can build either. Yeah. So, yeah, it was Tannenbaum. Yeah. Jay Johnson says, Matt came in on a decline. He did. Because when Mike McCagnon came here, that's when we had all that money and he went and got Antonio Cromartie. He brought back Revis and that safety. I forgot the name of the safety. He went and got the safety. I'm sure somebody in the chat, one of the Savages can remember the safety that he had gotten. He went and got all these. Marcus Gilchrist, that was his name. Phew. I'm telling you, am I good at this or what? He went and got Marcus Gilchrist, all these guys like, you know what I'm saying? So, but then again, if you look at that first draft class that he had, it was riddled with bust. I think that entire draft class was gone. Devin Smith, that guy never did anything. He's a second round pick. Williams, never really did anything. Leonard Williams was gone. It's just a lot of issues, man. A lot of issues. But salute, man. Salute to Took, man. Salute to Took and his thinking. I like that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. That Outlaw says, and just like I said about Sam Darnold not giving Zach Wilson the key to the franchise until he proves he's the guy. I am very consistent with that. Yeah, there's a lot of people saying that, man. A lot of people saying that you know, that they're not gonna just sign off on Zach Wilson being here until he shows them something. Jay Hernandez, salute to you. Jay Hernandez says, LBC fan, what's going on, my man? Salutes to you. Eastside LBC, you already know what time it is. Salutes to you. Salutes to you. You know what I'm saying? Salutes. Good to see you in here, man. Thank you for coming in. What are your thoughts about the Jets draft? Hernandez, how are you feeling about it, man? What are your thoughts on it? Took says Najee Harris is going to be a star. Man, a lot of people say that. Dude, he is unbelievable. He is so unbelievably physically gifted. It's crazy. Watching him just jump over people at will and just kind of do whatever he wants to do, bro. It's like, that guy's ridiculous. He's just too good. Like, he's too freaking good, man. Too good. You know? I'm excited for him. I think he landed in a completely right spot. Pittsburgh is a perfect place for him to really go showcase his skill set and what he could bring to the table. You got the Jags on the boards, man. You got the Jags on the board, man. They doing anything, man. Angel Reed says, I guess we can't get Harris anymore in a second. Nope. Off the board quickly. Went to Pittsburgh. Like I said, this was talked about quite a bit. But again, man, the key to success, I think with the New York Jets and turning things around is with Joe Douglas being our general manager, the one reason I was so excited, one of the sole reasons why I was so excited about having him come here was because he's a very good talent evaluator. He's a very good scout. He's also connected to very good scouts as well. He has connections around the league. Like, those are all things that Mike McCagnon was supposed to be, but never was. And he was never gonna be that guy. He was just never gonna be that guy here, man. He was never gonna turn it around. He was never gonna be, anything for us. Mike McCagnon was just a damn joke, to be completely honest, as a general manager. He didn't know anything. He didn't know how to sign guys. He didn't know how to evaluate talent. It was just a complete shambles. Jay Johnson says Geno got thrown in the lion's den and still helped us get 10 wins. Yeah, Denon says, I'm shocked Tevin Jenkins hasn't been taken yet. Would you have preferred we stayed at 23 and taken Jenkins? You know what? That's a great question, Denon. Looking at the board, there's no way you could have told me that Tevin Jenkins wouldn't be taken past 23 at this point. I thought he would have been gone. With that said, I'm taking ATV. And here's why. ATV, I think, is just, in my opinion, of course, Penei Sewell's amazing. ATV is just a monster, bro. And we needed that. And I know Tevin is a guy that you can swing. A lot of people consider him a tackle. Particularly a right tackle. At least that's what a lot of analysts are saying, that he's going to come in and be a right tackle. But ATV is a guy that, again, he plays tackle now, but of course we're going to swing in at guard. He's talked about it, I think, as well as talked about it as well in interviews and stuff like that. Everybody's talking about swinging him in as a guard. I still like the move, but I definitely am shocked that Tevin has not been taken. I definitely am shocked. There's been some moves in here that have been very shocking. I'm still shocked that Trey Lance went before Justin Fields. I'm still shocked at that. I'm shocked that Jamar Chase was taken by the Bengals. I thought that Sewell was going to be a Bengal, hands down. I didn't think there was any, nothing to really say about that. He's going to be a Bengal. You might as well go ahead and put, Sewell on the back of a jersey, with a B on the side of it and move on, But hey, you know what I'm saying? Kadarius Toney as well, going at 20 to the Giants. I thought he was a good player, but I didn't think he'd go to the Giants. There was a lot of rumblings about him, possibly being a Packer. So, but, there's been some things in this draft that have definitely been shocking. But Denon, that's a really, really good observation, good point. Because I never thought that Tevin Jenkins would still be there on the board at 25. Not at all. So, Took says if Etienne is there at 34, we should take him and keep running left. Took said, give me a damn running back or just don't exist. Look, I hear you. take that running back and just run left. You know, every power left. Power left. Where we running? Left. You know what I mean? Look, I respect it. I just, I understand people want, they want TE there, man, but I just don't think it happens. I think he's gonna go offensive line again. But man, yeah, Tevin Jenkins. You know what's crazy, Denon? Is even when people were talking about Tevin Jenkins being there at 23, all of a sudden it kind of like in these last couple of weeks, I was like, really? He's gonna be there at 23? Like, he was supposed to be off the board, fairly, earlier than 23. Leatherwood has always been talked about, a guy that was definitely not going to 17. A lot of people had Tevin Jenkins or ATV going to the Raiders. He doesn't go to the Raiders. So yeah, that's a good one, Denon. That's a good one. I still take ATV, but man, Tevin still being there is a shocker. Will Kohler says, I would like to see Joe Douglas trade the 34th pick and one of our fourth round picks to get back into the late first round, as long as Jenkins, Dickerson, and Humphrey is there, and then we could just rebuild the offensive line. Yeah, I know a lot of people are throwing that around too, that we could move another fourth round pick. But then if you do that, like, when are you addressing your cornerback? Clearly you're gonna have to wait until the fourth round. Would anybody use capital from next year's draft to move up or to possibly plant themselves into the mid rounds of this year's draft? That's my question. I want to hear from y'all. Would y'all do that? Because I know people are talking about trading picks right now to move back up into the first, but then you don't really have anything in the second or the third. You got that fourth round pick, the fifth round pick, and the sixth round pick, but are you moving any capital from next year's draft to move back into the mid rounds of this year's draft? Is that something that you're doing? Yep. Travis Etienne going 25. The Jags got him. Boys. The Jags went and got him. At 25. Wow, running back to back. Najee goes at 24. Travis goes at 25. Woo! Okay. We see how it's going. Man, well, Took, that dream is done. Travis ain't around in the second round. I'm kind of shocked, man. 24, 25, actually. I can kind of see it. Ooh, okay. Jacksonville ain't playing no games. What are y'all thoughts about that, man? Jacksonville ain't playing no games. Jay Johnson hurt. He hurting at the Steelers got Harris. Mac Levin says, I like that the jet pick. You like? Yeah. Mac, salute to you. Good to see you in here as well. Yeah, I like the picks. Give me your thoughts about the move up for VERA-TUCKER. I like that move, especially. Very aggressive to get their guy. So I like that. Val Outlet says, I got a question. Do you start Zach Wilson right away, or do you bring him off and let him learn a little bit? Absolutely not. Val, listen, you at number 2, you take a guy, he's starting off the bat. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He's starting off the bat. I'm not bringing him off the bench. I'm not signing a veteran to start over him so that he can. No. If we take you at 2, that means you're a starter. Point blank, period. That's how it works. That's it. You know what I'm saying? That's it. So he definitely is going to be a starter. Jay Harris says, glad we moved up to get Tucker. He also says, I'm glad Fields didn't go to the Pats. Everybody's saying that. Everybody. And salute to you, Jay. But everybody's saying that, man. Everybody's like, oh, man, I'm just so glad that Justin Fields didn't go to the Patriots, man. I didn't want to see that, man. But then those, a lot of people is like, oh, the Patriots, Justin Fields is trash, but I'm just glad that he didn't go to the Patriots. It's like, bro. I look at it like, man, but he went to a team I think that's really gonna be very solid, very solid. They're definitely gonna surround him with solid weapons and be able to build around him. He's in a good space. But are you sleeping on Mac Jones though, Jay Hernandez? Are you sleeping on Mac Jones? What are your thoughts about that? Because they still were able to get Mac Jones, a guy that was supposed to be going to the Niners, who was a top, he was supposed to be a top 5 quarterback in this league. So, or a top 5 draft pick, excuse me. So, Denon says, yeah, I'm just shocked he's still there. Yeah, I'm shocked too. Tevin, especially after 2 running backs coming off the board. And I mean, Jacksonville could use a little help up front too. Maybe the Browns take him. I can see the Browns taking him. Or maybe the Ravens take him. I can see the Ravens taking him too. Green Bay better do something. Because Aaron Rodgers supposedly don't want to play for them. They better do something, dude. Took says, save next year's capital for next year. We have a full college season. JD can work his magic again. Yeah. Max says, yeah, we have plenty of picks next year. Yeah. Dennis says, save next year's picks. Yeah, I'm right there with y'all. Yep. Angel Reed says, thank you, Gaze, for costing us Trevor. I'm not sold on Zach. I'm sorry. Salutes to you. Cleveland. Pick is in. Greg Newsome, the second cornerback from Northwestern, is now a Cleveland Brown. Wow. Cleveland. Tevin Jenkins still on the board. Jay Hernandez says, quality over picks. Yeah. Quality over picks, yeah. Angel Reed says, no, Mac Jones went there instead. We'll see what happens now. Yeah. Greg Newsome. Solid pick for them, man. They got another corner in the building. Browns defense is pretty solid, too. Couple picks left, man. What is the biggest surprise of the draft for y'all? What is the biggest surprise of the draft? I want to hear the draft so far. The biggest surprise of the first round for y'all so far. Took says Baltimore should take a wide receiver. Yeah, man, listen. They could take a wide receiver. They could take some offensive line help. There's a couple things they could take, but most of it is offense. Most of it is offensive. They need to do something to help Lamar Jackson out a bit more, because he was getting mauled in those games late in the season. Woo! He was getting mauled. Man. Jay Hernandez says Jones played for a great college with a lot of weapons. I don't know, man. We'll see. You know what's crazy about that situation? And I was kind of talking about this. Anytime you talked about Justin Fields, the first thing that people said was, well, the reason why you think he's better than Zach Wilson is because Justin Fields played with a lot of weapons at Ohio. And I said, that's crazy, because Trevor Lawrence plays at Clemson. He's got quite a bit of weapons there. He also, there's also a guy named Mac Jones, plays at Alabama. That boy got a ton of weapons. How come nobody ever brings that up when they talk about either one of those two quarterbacks? I'm just kind of like, those are just questions that I'm asking. Like, nobody ever says, yo, Mac Jones got Najee Harris. Mac Jones got, the wide receiver. Mac Jones got this. They don't ever say that. I'm just wondering. You know what I mean? I'm just wondering. Just wondering, dude. What's going on? Why do we only bring that up when we talk about, why do we only bring that up when we talk about Justin Fields? Just my question. Took says the biggest surprise for me was the Bears and Jets moving up. Okay. Yeah. I didn't see the Bears moving up at all, and like you said, Took, they did. They went up and they got their guy. So that was surprising. The move by the Jets to move up to 14, bro, that was clutch, because I'm telling, I think the Minnesota Vikings would have took him. Me personally, especially with them taking an offensive lineman at 23, I think they would have took him at 14. That's why I didn't think the VERA-TUCKER was going to be there at 23, because I thought the Vikings would take him, and I also thought that I thought there was a chance that the Titans would take him. Yep. So that's a good take there, Took. Angel Reed says Mac Jones to New England and Trey Lance at 3. Yeah. Again, when the draft process first started, if reading things, looking at analysts, a lot of people were saying, hey, Mac Jones at best is going to be, in the low mid rounds of the first round, that's where he's going to go. And then he just kind of jumped up, and then a lot of people were connecting him to San Francisco and all these other things. And, he goes to New England at 15. That was shocking. Trey Lance at 3. You right, Andrew and Angel Reed. I did not see that coming. I thought for sure that Justin Fields was going to be a Niner. That's just what I thought, man. To be completely honest, I was blown away. I thought Justin Fields for sure was going to be a Niner. And they went with Trey Lance. That's crazy. Man. Jay Hernandez says agreed. Took, especially with that Bears move. Yeah, I was shocked. Took says Bengals trying to get Burrow killed, not taken so well. Yeah. There's a lot of people talking about that too. We'll see what they do. Maybe they got a plan for the second round. I don't know, man. Maybe they got some tricks up their sleeve. Maybe that's what it is. I'm trying to see where their minds are at. But yeah, they gotta find some way to protect him. They gotta find some way to get that guy protection, because there's some big issues there. Big issues. You know what I'm saying? So, man, but it's completely crazy. Completely crazy. But I'll tell you what, that weapon that they got, that Chase, that dude's gonna be a monster, man. That dude is going to be a monster. Complete monster. Vat Outlaw says Devontae Smith slipped in the draft a little bit, but I am shocked about that. Yeah. But he ended up going to the Eagles, right? I think it was, the Eagles moved up, and they traded up for him. That shocked me too. The Eagles and Cowboys doing a trade, that shocked me. But yeah, him going at 10 to the Eagles was big, man. That's big for them. That's big. Jay Hernandez says Jets still need a solid backup QB. Oh, well, yeah. You can pick those up. I'm still wondering when we're ever even going to see Morgan at this point. Like, are we ever going to see this dude you took in the 4th round? So, we'll see. Angel Reed says, are you worried that New England got Mac Jones? I'm being serious. Not really. But he does, to me, his skill set, the way, he goes about the game, he does seem like a Patriots prototypical quarterback. I know a lot of people are already being like, oh, he's the next Tom Brady. I mean, we'll see about that, but he's a smart player. He makes smart throws. He, not unbelievably athletically gifted, but solid arm, not going to do the dumb thing, always going to, you read the defense well. So I could see them having real big success. I'll tell you what, I'm not necessarily like terrified, but I would have been way more worried if Justin Fields was a Patriot. I would have been way more worried. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I know, and we talked about that tonight as well, about people talking about, oh, we're so scared. But I'll tell you what, if Justin Fields was a Patriot, woo, I'd be worried, folks. I'd be real worried. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie to you. Ravens take Rashad Bateman. Rashad Bateman from Minnesota going to the Ravens. Yep. How do y'all feel about that? Val Outlaw says they did Justin Fields dirty. They did the same thing to Lamar Jackson. Yep. Angel Reed says, watch Fields be better than most of his QBs. Trey Lance going to 3 is crazy to me. And again, with the situation with him and, their season, I'm still, kind of shocked that he went before Fields. I don't know is there anything that Fields could have done to because I'm trying to think, what more could he have done to really prove, yo, I'm that dude. I'm the guy that you can I'm going to put on. You can count on me to put on for the team. Is there anything else that he really could have done? What more could he have done? I'm just wondering. Took says, new Baltimore would take a wide receiver. You said it. Yeah, they got to. Rashad Bateman's going there. It's a kid that can, definitely help them. Yeah. Yeah. Putting it together, man. Putting it together. Mac Levin says, salute to you as well, Mac. Mac says, they def should have taken so well. Harsh lesson, 2 hours from Cincy in Indianapolis. Yeah. Man, let me tell you something. They must have some type of plan. It's got to be some type of plan that they have to, like, address it in later rounds. They've got to. Because if they don't, I don't know what they're thinking. Because you can't keep getting Burrow hit like that. That's not good. Val says, do you think we should trade back on that second round pick to get more picks back? I can see it happening. Especially if a guy like Creed Humphrey goes in the bottom of the first and we're not there. I can see us trading back. It would really depend on how the board would play out. Because, again, I think that Wyatt Davis could be there, but another guy that I think could be there, and he was talked about possibly going late in the first round. We'll see who takes him, if they do take him late in the first round, because we got, 5 picks left, right, in the first round. Asante Samuel Jr. could be there in the second round. So it'd be interesting to see if Creed Humphrey is gone at, say, 31 or 32, somebody trades up, or maybe, somebody takes them, right? 31 or 32. Will we not take alignment and just go, okay, we just going to go Asante Samuel Jr. if we trade down? Because he could be there. That'd be interesting. It's interesting. We'll see what happens, man. Because it's a lot, bro. It's a lot. It's a lot. But I could see us trading back and gaining capital. But, dude, like I said, if Creed Humphrey is there in the second round, I wouldn't want to chance it. And I know he did that with Denzel Mims and still ended up with Denzel Mims, but I don't feel like that would happen with Creed Humphrey. I feel like if you trade down, Creed Humphrey's gone. You don't want to gamble with that, especially with the issues that we have. Let's see here. Jay Hernandez says at least Lance could sit down this year and learn. Yeah, he's going to be behind Jimmy G. We'll see. Took says all Justin Fields could have done was win the championship. Dude is a baller and he's tough. Yeah, I'm just like still trying to figure out, like, okay, well, what else could he have shown that, like, wasn't shown? What else could he have done? So we'll see. Angel Reese says, are you going to keep up with Sam Darnold still? Like, watch Panther games? Yeah, I watch tons of games from the NFL. So, yeah, I'm going to still watch Sam, from time to time. I'm not going to be like an intense Panther fan, you know what I'm saying? But we'll see what he does. Listen, you won't have to watch Panther games. If Sam Darnold is doing well and our quarterback is not playing well, believe me, our media will let you know about it. Y'all won't have to. That will not. You can already get ready for that. Okay. If Sam Darnold comes out, lights it up, and Zach Wilson comes out and stinks it up, you will know about it because our media and the world media will be letting you know. Those is the Snapple facts. Them's the Snapple facts. Okay. Val Outlaw says I would have been worried too. I really didn't want Justin Fields to be a Patriot. Yeah, I didn't either. I didn't either. I really wanted him to be a Jet, but I damn sure didn't want him to be a Patriot. No. That physical ability, the speed, the arm strength. No. Please don't do that. Wish him all the best, but I do not want to see him in a Patriots uniform. No, thank you. Jay Hernandez says that Jet Panther game about to go hard. It is. It is. It is. We about to face Robbie and Sam. Oh boy. Oh boy. Is you ready for that? You know what I'm saying? Took says I would love one thing I would love if we pick Asante Samuel Jr. is if we get the rest of the draft is icing on the cake. For me, I just need 3 starters each draft. Yeah. Yeah. Jay Hernandez says we got to move up at least 30 for Humphrey. Well, we'll see. The thing is, look, and I understand people talking about trading up and getting rid of, moving on from their picks and stuff. Saints select Peyton Turner. Peyton Turner, defensive end. So they took him. Solid move for them. So again, the New Orleans Saints have selected Peyton Turner at 28. So I look at the situation, yeah. A lot of people are talking about trading up and doing all these things, but it's, you're mortgaging, you're not necessarily mortgaging a lot of capital, but you're giving away capital that we could really use. This team's got a lot of holes in it, but offensive line is a big hole. And that's why I can't necessarily be like all the way against it, especially when you got a guy like Creed Humphrey or anything like that. But if you, again, Wyatt Davis to me is a great lineman too. I'm a little concerned about that leg, just a little bit, but he'd be a great move too. I like him as well. Also, if you're watching me, no matter where you're watching me from, please give my stream a thumbs up. Share my stream as well with your friends and your family. You know what I mean? Subscribe to my channel if you have not subscribed yet, and turn on your notifications. So when I post content, you folks will be there. When I go live, you will get the notification. You know what I'm saying? Please do. Val Outlaw says, best believe they're going to let us know. Yeah, I'm telling Val, you already know how I go, bruh. I'm telling you right now, like, they are absolutely going to let you know that Sam Darnold's doing well and these guys are not. And your guy isn't. They're going to let you know, like, for sure. They're going to remind you every 10 seconds that your guy sucks, the guy you selected sucks, and Sam Darnold's doing well. I'm telling you, just wait and see. That's going to be the story this coming season. Just know that. Just know that there are going to be reporters that are literally going to track how well Sam Darnold is doing and how well or bad Zach Wilson is doing. Which is, I'm not gonna knock it because it's a real thing. Like, we moved on from Sam Darnold to bring this kid in, and if this kid busts out, whoo, it's gonna be hell to pay. There's going to be hell to pay. I ain't gonna lie to you. This fan base is going to rip Joe Douglas apart. No lies. No lies. Come on. Y'all know if Zach Wilson bust out, and I'm talking is just bad, fan base is gonna rip him apart. It is what it is. It is what it is. Jay Johnson says, what QB you think will have the most success out of this year's draft class? Ooh, that's a good question. Immediately, Jay Johnson, I'll tell you what I'll do too. Immediately, I think the quarterback that's going to have the most success immediately. Justin Fields, I don't know if Justin Fields ends up starting. Well, he might. Mac Jones, I could see come in, but they still got Cam. It'll off the bat, it might be Trevor. It could be Trevor immediately, but long term, it could be Mac because the Patriots they're going to move him into a role. I'm telling you, it could be Mac or Justin Fields long term. Zach Wilson could be in the fold because we got to see more from him, but it could be either one of those guys. But I think immediately, because Zach Wilson and Trevor Lawrence are going to come in and immediately be starters, especially Trevor, he's going to be up there. And they've got some weapons there with the Jaguars. I could see him having really solid immediate success. But long term, I could see Mac Jones really being able, to build with the Patriots. Patriots are just known for winning, Super Bowls, making long runs in the playoffs. So he could be a guy that I could see. And he's going to be put in a situation that's going to be fairly decent. Look what he's joining. They got that 2 tight end system. They went and spent all that money in free agency. That team is serious business, So, I can see that. Jay Johnson says, Jags ain't exactly in no position to be going for a running back either. Oh, they got some guys. Andrew Reed says, Matt Castle, Jimmy G, Tom Brady, Belichick has good success with QBs. I'm saying it now. Mac and Fields will be the best QBs not named Trevor. Yeah. And the Green Bay Packers select Eric Stokes, cornerback from Georgia. Can I ask y'all a question? I'm not trying. I just want to ask y'all a question real quick. Why do the Packers hate Aaron Rodgers? I'm just asking. Look, I understand there may be a need for corner there. I get it. I'm not saying that Eric Stokes is bad. He's a good player. But my goodness, can we please get an offensive lineman? Can the Packers please get a wide receiver, another one to pair? Like, I mean, please. I mean, come on. I'm just wondering what's going on there. I'm just wondering. That's all I'm saying. I'm just wondering what's happening. Am I the only one wondering what's happening? What is going on? I'm just saying. Like, come on, dude. Why? What is the deal? What? I understand that Aaron Rodgers covers up for a lot of issues. And again, he's probably going to be out of there because but even, Love, the kid they got behind him, Jordan Love, it's like, come on, man. You got Devontae Adams, he's phenomenal. I know they got other guys, Vault Scandling, I think his name is Vault Scandling or something like that. Come on. Come on, guys. I'm just wondering. Anyway, you guys can answer that. I'm just wondering. Damn. I thought the Packers were really going to take some type of offensive something, and they took a corner. We're at 30. We're waiting on the Bills, then the Ravens, then Tampa Bay. Salutes to everybody, no matter where you're watching me from. Give my stream a thumbs up or some hearts, or depending on where platform you're seeing me stream on. Also, give me a follow as well on some stream. I think it's a follow. Also, subscribe to my channel if you're watching me on YouTube. Please turn on your notifications. If you want to check out my social media, ! Links in the chat will bring up my link tree. You can see all of my social media platforms there. Every way to get a hold of me. Also, all of my content is there as well. All of my iTunes, Blog Talk, all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Also game on this channel too sometimes, which we're going to get back to once my schedule gets a bit better. Continuing to upgrade things as well. Salute to my early morning squad that checks in on me when I'm doing my stream checks. Salute to y'all, man. I like y'all. I love y'all. I got a lot of love for y'all, man. They love to to tell me how early it is in the morning. Why are you up? Why are you checking your stream? Why are you doing this? I love y'all, man. I love connecting with y'all. So constantly doing upgrades and putting a lot of stuff into the stream, bringing up the quality. So got to do what we got to do. But yeah, we're definitely going to be playing games and stuff more often. So that's coming. Don't trip. So you can go to my link tree and check all that stuff out. Salute Michael Pooch. Big Joe, great show. Thank you so much, Michael. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for your positive and kind words. I really appreciate you, man. Seriously, I love when you're here. Bro, the Packers just don't care. They just don't care. Like, they just don't give a damn, man. They just don't give a damn. I don't understand what's going on here. I just don't get it. But yeah, Angel Reed was saying Matt Castle, Jimmy G, Tom Brady. Yeah, the Patriots have success because they understand how to build with quarterbacks, especially guys they draft. So I remember one year that Tom Brady went down and Matt Castle came in, and everybody was like, ha ha ha, the Patriots just lost Tom Brady. Ha ha ha. And then Matt Castle came in and was lighting fools up. He had like a couple of 300-yard games, just put us away. Took says Zach ain't gonna suck, I guarantee it. Yeah, I don't think he'll suck. I don't think he'll be like terrible, but as far as level of success immediately, I mean, I think Trevor's going to go out to Jacksonville. There's not going to be much. It's not going to be pressure on him like it is here. They have some weapons in Jacksonville, so I could see Jacksonville putting some things together. But long-term success, I could honestly see Justin Fields and Mac Jones being, having the better long-term success, especially Mac Jones, because a lot of the things that people don't talk about is with quarterbacks, it's not just about who you are, but where you go, right? You could be a great quarterback, but if you go Prime example. Look at what we did to Sam Darnold. Look at what we did, right? We got him. He was a highly touted guy. Go back to that draft. He was a generational quarterback that would completely change your franchise. He's going to turn it around. We came here and destroyed him. The same way we destroyed Le'Veon Bell's career. The same way we destroyed all these guys, right? But then you look at other guys like Lamar Jackson, who, you know, a lot of people were like, oh, he's trash. He's not going to be very good. He goes to the Ravens, right? They saw what they needed to see in him. They said, hey, this kid's got talent. They put him in there. They surrounded him. Look what he's turned into. Look at Josh Allen. Josh Allen was the biggest boom or bust prospect. He goes to the Bills, and everybody laughed at him, including myself, for the first couple of years. Then he comes out this past season and has an MVP candidate type season right in front of us. And a lot of that had to do with the Bills and what they did with him. The coaching, the personnel that they put in front of him, all those things. Or put around him, excuse me. All those things, you know, has led to the quarterback that he is today. So a lot of you know, the success you see in quarterbacks is not about who you are, but it's also about where you go. You know what I'm saying? So Jay Johnson says, right, I don't understand the logic. Like, if you scared of Justin Fields, if you're scared of Justin, why didn't we? What are you saying? Justin Fields did why we? Yeah, you said I don't understand the logic. If you're scared of Justin Fields, then why didn't we get him? Yeah, and, you know, I was saying the same thing. A lot of people scared that he would go to the Patriots, but then you're saying that he's whack. I don't understand that. If he's whack, why does it matter that he go to the Patriots or not? He's whack. Gregory Rousseau just got drafted by the Buffalo Bills. Wow. Bruh. The Bills just loading up, bruh. Gregory Rousseau goes to the Buffalo Bills at pick 30. Bills just keep loading up that defense, don't you? Like, damn. Okay. How are y'all feeling about that one? Wow. Bruh. Everybody, you know, I'm worried about the Patriots, but bruh, I'm not sleeping on the Bills either, bro. It just, every team in our division is like putting it together. Dolphins putting it together. Their draft, they got more draft capital. They're going to be doing a lot of stuff coming up. They got, you know, Waddle and Phillips in this draft, and the Bills turn around. They grab Rousseau. That defense is good. They got an MVP, you know, candidate quarterback now that's really putting things together offensively. Then the Patriots go into free agency. They grab Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry, and they're building up offensively. They go get themselves Mac Jones. It's like, man, this is going to be a very competitive division this year. Very competitive. And we need to be fighting. Seriously. Real talk. We really need to be fighting. Wow. This is insane. Insane. Denon says, gotta admit, Long Beach Joe, I was a tad disappointed I didn't see, I'm not gonna say that word because YouTube be tripping, account in the link tree. I'm used to seeing that on Twitch. Salute to you, Denon. No, not me. No, but salutes. All my social media is down there, though. Denon crazy, man. That dude's a wild boy. No, not me. Denon says the Jets are literally the punching bag for all reporters who just love to troll simply for the sake of trolling. Gets on my nerves. Yeah. We're punching bags for the media, period. It's insane. Some of the things are just the reports, the made up stuff. Like, our beat, you know, and all respect to them. I want to all respect to all the Jets beat writers. I have no beef with any of y'all, but some of the stuff that they be doing sometimes really just, man, it annoys you. Max says, if Joe goes Creed Humphrey or Wyatt Davis, he needs to join Beefaholics Anonymous. Yeah, man, you got to get these fat dudes to protect. You got to get some fat boys up front, man. You got to beef up the interior of this offensive line. And what a thing I think a lot of people do not understand. I'm telling you, I watch the Niners. We gonna run the ball, dog. I'm telling you, y'all. If they run like Kyle Shanahan, that scheming genius that he is, as far as a running game, we gonna run the ball, dog. Believe me. Jay Johnson says, Took says Trey Lance has the best situation immediately. Yes, Trey Lance is in a very solid situation. Absolutely. Absolutely. He's going to the Niners. He don't necessarily have to start right away. He can sit back and chill, you know, and he has great weapons and a team that's, you know, built to be successful for quite a bit. And they got some players, man. Bosa, the defensive side of the ball is solid. Like, they got some good guys, man. Angel Reed says, because their disrespect feels like they did with Lamar Jackson a couple years ago. Yep. Jay Hernandez, straight up, that line and defense are insane. Bro, the Bills is just, they're so ridiculous, bro. So ridiculous. Is there a player that's still on the board that you folks are still shocked is here at 31-32? Give me the name of the player. Let me see. Denon says 3 picks left in the first round, and Tevin Jenkins is still, still there. What? I don't know. Something's going on here. Andrew Reed said disrespecting Rodgers to Green Bay. Val says prediction. Where do you think Aaron Rodgers is going to go if he does leave? I think he probably ends up in Denver. To be completely honest, I think he ends up in Denver. Took says Packers just keep pouring the salt in the wounds, bruh. I'm telling you, I don't know what the heck is going on. But they do not like helping out offensive. They don't like helping out their quarterbacks at all. That's weird. It's really, really weird. Jay Johnson says, what the Packers do? I'm driving. Can't see what's going on. They took Eric Stokes at 29. And it's no disrespect. Eric Stokes is he's a solid corner from Georgia. I get it. But you took Eric Stokes when you need help offensively. And you've needed help offensively for years. Like, Aaron Rodgers has been covering up for a lot of the issues offensively. You're making it very, like, and I understand they got Devontae Adams. He's a phenomenal wide receiver. But after him, like, there's a lot to be left to be desired. You know what I'm saying? And especially on the offensive line, they could use some help there too. And there's guys there. They could have took Tevin Jenkins. You know, so you just makes you wonder. Jay Hernandez says, Bills actually put a team/weapons around him. They absolutely did. And you're seeing, again, I called him a glorified running back. Again, I need to see another season like he had last season to really be like, okay, But I tell you what, Josh Allen has come a long way. And if you look at his mechanics this year versus last year, it's like night and day. He's even talked about it. The Bills, DeBoe, his offensive coordinator being a head coaching candidate, has multiple offers from that says something, man. They're building, bro. They're really building out there. Took says Rousseau to the Bills. Yeah, we might need to go O-line again. Took says I want a cornerback, though. Val says they keep building up. This is going to be a tough division coming in the future. We're just turning the corner. Yep. Curtis Hardy, salute to you. Good to see you in here. Curtis Hardy says I want a running back from UMC. Yeah, I understand that, but I don't know where that running back's going to go. We need more help. We need more help up front, especially with, things building up. Took says, interesting that Tevin Jenkins and Jason are still there. Yeah, we'll see. Angel Reed says, what position do you want with the second-round pick? I want offensive line, particularly Creed Humphrey or Wyatt Davis, or to be a guard, center, whatever they projected to be. I know a lot of people want to slide our center back inside. What are y'all thoughts about Connor McGovern? Do you feel like you want him to be the starting center again this upcoming season? There's a lot of Jets fans that are talking about, like, we need to either move on from that guy immediately or slide him to guard. How would you guys feel if we took Creed Humphrey and kept Connor McGovern at center? How y'all feeling about that? Because I think Humphrey could play some guard. I want to hear y'all thoughts on this. But yeah, I want to take an offensive lineman, dude. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. If we can't get an offensive lineman, I wouldn't mind taking a corner because our cornerback position is very suspect. I don't like Bless Austin as a number one corner at all. And I don't understand, he struggles. our cornerback position is in need. That's why when people are talking about trading up, like I said, I'm a little hesitant. I'm not saying I'm necessarily against it. I could see us, trying to move back up into the first if we feel that be necessary, but it's like we have a lot of needs, man. We got a lot of needs here. A lot of needs. So we will see. Man, let me tell you. But I'll tell you what, these teams in this league, the Bills are building up. They're doing their thing. The Dolphins have built up. The Patriots have built up. This division next year is going to be something else. Something else. It's going to be a dog fight. Like, real talk. It's going to be a dog fight. We got to be competitive. We really, really do. We really, really do. Angel Reed says, do you think we need to take a running back? Are you fine with what we have? I know a lot of people are talking about taking a running back. I know people want that. At first they wanted Travis Etienne, then they wanted, Najee Harris. So there was a lot of people talking about that. I look at the situation. I say to myself, yes, I'm fine with what we have because we have so many other needs elsewhere. Offensive line needs major help. Honestly, to be completely honest, if I could, I would draft 3 offensive linemen because I don't like Fant either. I don't like Fant as a right tackle. I just don't. I know people want to be sold because he played solidly down the stretch. I don't care. I don't think he's the future for this team, and I think that we can upgrade and get better. I'm so tired of people, and it's no disrespect to anybody, but I'm just tired of people being like, oh, well, we picked this, we rummaged through the bin and we found something, it's okay. We can just kind of deal with this. No, you can get a very solid upgrade. Yeah, that beat up microwave you got, yeah, it's okay. But why not go get a brand new one that it can do all kinds of other different things? Why not do that? I'm all with upgrading. I don't want that old beat up microwave. Give me the new one. You know what I mean? That's what I want. And again, I think I think Fant, he's decent, but it's like, bro, we can get better. The Baltimore Ravens select Jason Owa, outside linebacker. He's gone off the board, guys. They selected him. Outside linebacker from Penn State, said and done. He is now a Baltimore Raven. That Ravens defense gets even nastier. So my whole thing, Angel Reed, is look, I'm taking offensive line. You got to. And the reason why I'm okay, the reason why I'm even more comfortable with what we have is because this system, this Shanahan system, you don't need a Le'Veon Bell. You don't need a Dalvin Cook. You don't need some like phenomenally talented running back to be able to be successful running this system. The Niners were running with like Mozart, Jerick McKinnon, Jeff Wilson Jr. That guy was undrafted. You don't need those guys. You need guys that can solidly carry the football, that can hit a hole when you need them to and go do their thing. Because this running game, this system will help you. But you got to have guys up front that can block. That's non-negotiable. You got to have guys up front that have to block, but you can pretty much get damn near anybody. I'm not going to say damn near anybody, but you don't have to have like a superstar stud back. You can run with a 3-4 back system using the Shanahan system and see real success on the ground. So Took says, I like Connor. Angel, give me your thoughts on that. Are you a guy that wants to see us target a running back, or are you okay with what we have? Because I like Ty Johnson. I like P. Ryan. I like that we went and got Tevin Coleman, who's been in the system before. And even Josh Adams has shown some things, in the past. So Took says, I like Connor, but we either need to solidify the guard spots or upgrade McGovern. I think we should at least draft one and have them compete in training camp. I can see that. Jay Johnson says, thanks to Gaze, we don't know what we have in our running back room. Bruh, that dude literally ran Frank Gore like he was 22. I'm so glad we fired him. I could not believe it. I could not. Bruh, it was like Frank Gore was 22. Oh, picks in. Joe Tyron from Tampa Bay. Joe Tyron goes to Tampa Bay. Joe Tyron from Washington, outside backer, goes to Tampa Bay. Last pick, man. Salutes. Joe Tyron. I was going off on my tirade. It's Joe Tyron. Man, this draft is crazy. Tevin Jenkins still on the board. Creed Humphrey still on the board. Ooh, this second round is getting nasty, guys. Would anybody be upset if we took Tevin Jenkins instead of Creed Humphrey? I'm just saying. Let's talk about it. Jay Johnson says Trevor is going to be trashed this year. Damn. Jay Johnson says, I think Fields starts and has the most impact. He absolutely could. Denon said Jenkins or Creed Humphrey is guaranteed for us at 34. Yes. Yeah. We'll see, dude. We'll see. We will see. This is an interesting draft. I'm shocked that Tevin Jenkins is still on this board. I don't know what's going on here. But he's a steal. He is a complete steal. Took says Fant was not the problem for real, though. If we shore up guard, it will help our tackles tremendously. He's a solid starter. I'm not saying like he's the worst right tackle ever, but I am saying that we could get an upgrade. That's all I'm saying. Like, we can get an upgrade. He had times, though, where he was spotty, where he was getting beat. But he's not like the worst right tackle in the league. But if I can upgrade and get better, why wouldn't I do that? I would do that in a heartbeat. But, we only got so many picks in the draft and only so many guys there, and there's other holes that we need to worry about as well. So, I'm not, I would like to get more, but we'll see. Val Outlaw says he was running Frank Gore like he was going to give a 5-year deal with the Jets. Yeah. Val says he was running Frank Gore like he was our franchise running back. Bro, he was running Frank Gore like we just drafted him. I was just mind blown. Bro, he was running Frank Gore when Le'Veon Bell was still on the team. It's insanity. It's insanity. Oh, man. But, yeah, it's completely insane. Denon says, so at 34, would you go Creed Humphrey or Jenkins? I'm still going to go Creed Humphrey because I like Creed Humphrey that much. I was talking about that guy for a long time. I really like Creed Humphrey. I'm shocked that Jenkins is still there, but I would still go Creed Humphrey. Man, this is crazy. But there's also a thought process too. Well, we don't have those thirds though. But if we did, man, the way the board's playing out, can you imagine if we would have? Well, because then we wouldn't have VERA-TUCKER. But I mean, if we could use a little capital from next year, there's a lot of things we could do. I'm starting to think, man, because you get Creed Humphrey. Wyatt Davis is still there too. Man, this second round is going to be interesting. This second round is going to be really interesting. Mickey, salute to you, Mickey. Mickey says, glad they weren't putting players. Salute to you, Mickey. I know what you talk about. We've seen a lot of things in the past. Yeah, they definitely, were putting their players out there. They definitely, but I think it was just they were trying to make people feel for the players and everything. But yeah, they did. They definitely were putting people's business out there. It was crazy. What was that? Was that last draft where they just had cameras in the house and all those crazy things was going on? Girlfriends was getting grabbed and by their moms and tossed out the camera. Was that? I think that was the draft. What draft? Yeah, it was last year's draft. It was CeeDee Lamb grabbed his phone from his girlfriend. It was insane. That was a funny draft. That was a good draft. I like that. They need to go back to that. Everybody just in their house and you get to see a bunch of crazy stuff. I really like that. That was funny. Max says JOK from Notre Dame is still out there. We need a linebacker who can cover. Tevin, Creed, and Wyatt still out there. Landon Dickerson would be an interesting risk/reward. Yeah. There's a lot. Val Outlaw says, listen, I'm so happy he is gone from the team. I felt relief when Adam Gase is gone. Huge relief. Yeah, man. Yeah. And we made moves, man. I'm excited about what we did what we did today. But I'll tell you what, round two and three coming, man. And this is interesting. There's so many guys still on the board right now. Guys that can really help us. You know, we're sitting there at 34. Creed Humphrey, Tevin Jenkins still there. Who knows who we go? Maybe we don't take either one of those guys. We trade down and get Wyatt Davis. Hell, maybe we take Wyatt Davis ahead of him. Who knows, man? I can't wait. I cannot wait. T. Jolie 23, salute to you, T. Jolie. T. Jolie says, people saying Zach Wilson is a bust. They'll soon regret that. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not saying he's a bust. We'll see what he does, you know. I'm excited. I'm excited to see what he's going to bring to the table, man. I really, really am. So, salute to everybody. I'm going to get up out of here. I will be doing a live draft show tomorrow as well for the second and third round. I think they're going to do tomorrow. So we're definitely going to be here for that as well. So please, you know, subscribe to the stream if you have not. Turn on your notifications as well. For everybody that's watching me, no matter where you're watching me from, please give me a thumbs up. Also, exclamation point links. If you hit that in the chat, that'll bring up my link tree. That's linked to all of my content. My live radio show, which we did a live show today. I think we're going to do a live show tomorrow as well. So, you know, please be aware. So we're going to do a show. Yeah, we'll probably do a show. We're going to do a show. We're also doing a live draft show. We're going to watch it. So, you know, please, again, call in 515-602-9639 tomorrow, you know, when we do our live show. Call in, give me your takes. You know what I'm saying? So many players still on this board. I can't wait. My head is spinning, y'all. Are y'all hyped? My head is spinning. I'm so excited about everything that we have coming tomorrow. You know, we're sitting right in the driver's seat. We can get a really good offensive lineman to really kind of fill out this line. You know what I mean? So I like this move. So again, please hit that link tree if you haven't. Please subscribe if you haven't. Turn on your notifications. Give my stream a thumbs up. You know, and again, so I'll be back tomorrow. We're going to be doing a live show. I'm probably going to start about 10-15 minutes before the draft, and we're just going to have a good time, man. We're really going to enjoy it. Probably going to start the show, or probably going to start the radio show portion of the show probably after the second pick to kind of get a reaction there and see, you know, what you folks think about that. So, man, what a blast. So salute to everybody. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Come on, right on back, same station, same, same place. We're going to have a lot of fun, man. So you folks have a good one. Enjoy yourselves. Be safe. Mind yourselves and your family. Thank everyone for watching. Without y'all, seriously, I'm absolutely nothing. Salute to Val Outlaw, T. Jolie, Jay Johnson, Took, Baptiste, salute to you as well. Baptiste also says, don't forget Asante Samuel Jr. and Pat Furmouth. Yes, you're completely correct. I talked about Asante Samuel Jr. as well, and Pat could fill out that tight end position that we are in need of. So we'll see what happens there. Max, salute to you. Mickey, salute to you. Denon, salute to you. You know, Val again, man. Everybody that was just in the stream today, man. Angel Reed, everybody just had a blast. Curtis Hardy, everybody, that we went back and forth with, man. I just really enjoyed talking with y'all. Salute to Michael Pooch. Jay Hernandez as well, man. It was great speaking to y'all. Again, coming back tomorrow, we're going to do the second and third round. I think they're doing tomorrow, so we're going to do that as well. We're going to sit back, have a blast, and enjoy ourselves, man. So you folks have a good one. Be safe. Come back tomorrow, and we'll be talking more Jets, talking more drafts. So you